Okay. Man, I have a headache. Not a good feeling. Let's go ahead and switch a few things around. Okay, I'm assuming we're live now, yeah? Hopefully that's the case. Let's see, where was I? Should be... this one. I remember now.
それは確かに褒められたことじゃないけど、でも予想できたことじゃないでしょ?
Man, it's been a while. Okay, so to catch everyone up, hey, Anthony, how you doing? But anyway, to catch everyone up, this is what's been happening. So first, there's a huge implication that the stickers are cameras. For some reason, we're there. We understand that already, but the characters haven't seemed to fully understand that yet. And so Nono, who is she is the childhood friend, but more like the sister of the main character. They were raised together after the earthquake happened and destroyed Shibuya. So they both lost their families, and they were raised together in an orphanage. That's why that's why Nono considers the main character to be like a brother. Anyway, speeding up to present day, what happened was Nono is extremely worried that the main character is roping himself into something that he can never go back from, right? Which is he's investigating these murders that are happening around Shibuya, and it's becoming increasingly evident that by investigating these murders, he probably will, right? Get himself too close to who's killing people, which would probably mean that he would get killed. Anyway, Nono wants to take down this camera that they have placed up in this tunnel where there's a bunch of other stickers. These sumo stickers that look pretty freaky, right? They have two guys' faces plastered together, and I won't go into the details, but there's a high chance that those stickers are cameras, which are there to show where the murder takes place. So our idea so far, the chat together, right, we thought about this, and we think that the camera is placed where murders occur so they can show the murder happening. And then the murderer who put the stickers there, we're guessing, right, will put a video onto the internet. And this is going to create some type of hysteria. They're copying murders that happened 6 years ago. And 6 years ago, I forgot how many murders happened, but at the end of this chain, the earthquake happened. And there's a high likelihood that the earthquake isn't natural. It's some type of... It's artificially created. We don't understand how or why. It's been a while. I want to say Chaos Head definitely 100% covered this, but it's been a long time since I read that, so we'll see where this goes from now. Alright, now we're all caught up, right? Oh, right. She went to take off the camera, and she got stabbed for it.
ああ、カメラ返しておく。ユイがその辺に置いてくれてない？
Man, I got this. Good thing I have a drink right here. I went to get some snacks before I did this.
どんなやつだったんだよ、その犯人。
That's a good question.
暗くてよく見えなかったけど、2、30歳くらいの男。ごめん、電気消してくれる？仰向けに寝てると眩しい。
ああ。
玄さんに取り押さえられて、警官が来るまでわめき散らしてた。俺のネットの継承に気づかないお前たちごときが、とか。犠牲者の聖なる使いの俺に触れるな、とかね。
Sorry, what? After Gen caught him, he was screaming until the police got there. Ah, you actually caught the stabber. Good, okay. That I forgot about. And he screamed this nonsense. You fools didn't notice the alarm I sounded on the internet. I'm the holy messenger of the victim, so don't touch me. Victim?
Huh?
That's not you, though, so there's some other victim he's saying? Oh yeah, that's right. We saw some spooky things the other stream. The last stream we also went to the hospital to find out the creator of the stickers, right? Because we had a lead. And instead of seeing the sticker person, we saw a person scratching sticker marks all over her room with blood, and it looked kind of cute. And I was like, yeah, wow, this is the way to go. This is the future. This is art.
ページの管理人？
詳しくは明日警察の人が来ていくつか聞くことがあるって言ってたから、その時わかるとは思うけど。
What's that thing in her? Okay, so this is incredibly irrelevant, but to the top left is a bear. To the top right, I'm not talking about the chest. I'm talking about a thing that's hanging over her bed. What is that? It looks like a cell phone, but it's not.
クルス？
なんでもない。大丈夫。
Yeah, you didn't know? Chaos Child's in English. This is the official release. Watch. Yeah, a lot of us played Chaos Head back in the day. I'm trying to think why that was the case, though. But way back in the day, before, like, I don't know, Sekai Project and other companies tried to jump in and expand the visual novel market, a lot of visual novels, obviously, were fan-translated, right? And then you had, the rare VN here and there that was localized officially, like... Ever 17 was the big one, right? Ever 17 was one of the first, if not the first. It can't be the first. There's no way. It was one of the first visual novels that got people's attention. I remember seeing that game at Fry's Electronics. Randomly in the anime section, I was like, what the hell? What is this doing here? Right? I picked it up and said, this is a VN. So I brought that home. That was also around the time when people put visual novels on DVDs, and that was the worst thing in the world. Oh, God. But Chaos Head happened a few years afterwards, and it was fans translated. It was around the time that they were translating Fate Stay Night as well. So, a fan translating, right? Not the same group, but I'm saying that's around the time when both of those VNs were being big. Yeah, a lot of people think of Ever 17 very fondly, and I feel the same way. I think Ever 17 was the first time I ever actually cared about something sort of sci-fi? Yeah, actually it was. And then, ever since then, I gave other stories with sci-fi kind of a chance, you know? Now, this isn't exactly sci-fi. I would argue that I feel like it's more mystery thriller than it is sci-fi, but it's part of the science adventure series. I'm getting a little bit of it, you know?
拓郎。
Yeah, a lot of people were really appreciative of Ever 17, and I'm glad it's the case. I'm glad that I stuck with it, right? In a medium that I was completely unfamiliar with, I said that, yeah, this is worth it. And so,
言うとね、ラブレターもらったんですって。今野さん、覚えてる？
sorry, I gave him one. Yeah, but this VN thing, this VN thing, this medium has really brought a lot of memories. And I love taking time to read them whenever I can. But the hard thing about streaming visual novels is, like, obviously, in the past, I've tried my very best to make them interesting as I read them, right? Because I use gimmicks and stuff like that. But the hardest thing about that is whether I can retain what I've read in a positive manner, which is what I'm trying to do now. It's a hard balance.
5年生の時から同じクラスの。一度、優斗が休んだ時にプリントを持ってきてくれたメガネをかけた子。それをクラスの男の子にからかわれたらしくて、それでユイが。
Okay, so she's kind of just talking about the family that I've kind of pushed myself away from. I being the main character, right? Okay, and the effect that we're getting from this is, one, she cares, right? That's a really important part of Nono's character. And two, she has a little bit more perception than might be initially indicated, aka she notices things. And so, if she cares and if she notices things, that means something to the main character, which is... Right? And I'm talking about how the writer is setting things up. On the major bright side, we can probably... what's the word? We can probably check her off the list. It's very unlikely that she is the killer. I would probably be very angry if the writer wrote that in. I mean, unless they set it up really well. But even... my god, what kind of, like... mental Olympics would I have to go through to understand that Nono is the killer? What? It's in her name. She is no, not the killer, okay? Man, please.
それでね。
Ken-san's the killer, no. Yeah, I like her too.
タクル。事件を追うのは。
Man. You know, I don't understand why, but lately I've been feeling really dehydrated. I think it has something to do with the heat in my room or something. I don't get it either. That I'm just not drinking enough water. That's so strange. Normally I do.
本当にびっくりするくらい何も変わってないな。そっか、スマホは。
Oh, that's right. We dropped it in the hospital. I forgot. The scrapbook from its usual spot? Okay, he's been here for a while. I mean, that kind of makes sense. A robbery at the refugee shelter? Well, really? You would rob that place? Who the hell? Why? Oh. Okay, so his parents didn't die in the earthquake, they died afterwards. That makes more sense. Okay, alright. Okay, so they lied about it. Interesting. I guess, I don't know, what would be easier to tell someone? Your parents got murdered or your parents died in an earthquake? I guess the earthquake part is a little bit easier. Yeah, Death Road to Canada is one of the funnest games I've played. I said that so many times when I've streamed that game. So I will play it again, over and over probably. My next goal is to get more people into Canada until we hit our entire list of anime characters. And then I start putting characters from our chat and see whether they make it or not. Hang on, take a step back. That's interesting. Wait, Eltane, you haven't been here for the Death Road streams? There's a game called Death Road to Canada, and the goal of the game is to get people from zombie-infested Florida to drive on a road trip to Canada, where it's supposed to be safe from zombies. having trouble understanding that. There were 2 rules at Alba dorm. After dinner, everyone had to gather around the dinner table and talk. Okay, I understand that. One of the easiest ways, this is communication, by the way. One of the easiest ways to get along with someone is to eat food with them. No, I'm being very serious when I say that. And part of the logic is, 1, you're spending time with someone, right? And 2, you're participating in a something that's important to do, which is you have to eat, right? If you don't eat, you'll die. So by 1, spending time with someone and doing something important, which is eating, the idea is that naturally conversation will emerge, and you will get to know. It's been a long time since I've read about this, but it has something to do with like engaging in everyday activities with someone will invite more opportunities to speak with them, and also to understand them. And so there are different ways to get people to kind of open up, and eating with them is one way, right? It gives you a certain setting where you can talk about almost anything, and so that's an option. I want to read about that again because it's been a while, but I remember that used to be how I approach things. And it's also why I like talking to people when I eat as well. And obviously, if I'm very hungry and I'm just stuffing food in my mouth, I'm probably not going to be talking, but otherwise, there's time to talk as we're waiting for food and stuff like that, right? It's a pretty understandable situation where you're allowed to do that. But anyway, that's why, like, some parents really emphasize that you eat at the dinner table together. I didn't though. Okay, so the thing that hasn't been explained to me is why did he leave? Just before I left, we had a huge fight. During the fight, Cruz had told me she wanted to make things any worse. Yeah, so is it the fight is the reason why he left? But I don't think that's enough because we don't even know what the fight is. Yeah, I don't understand why he left. I'm still trying to figure that out. Maybe he just wanted space. In which case, that wasn't emphasized.
私、入っていい？
どうした？
ちょっと。
What? This is an interesting situation that's reversed, but that's okay.
久しぶり、タクルに。
ああ、ダメだろ、こんな時間に。
ちょっとくらいいいじゃん。ののね、大丈夫そうだった？
うん。今寝てるよ。
そっか、よかった。まったく、ののねもいくら日課だからってあんな時間にお参りなんて行くから。
え？
タクル兄からも言っといてよね。
クルスがお参りだって。
え？うん、帰ってきた時にそう言ってたよ。タクル兄ちゃん。
Okay, so she lied about being stabbed to them.
どうした？
なんでも。
That's actually really in character, but that's too much of a burden if you ask me. Wow, what a character.
タクル兄、何があったか知らないけどさ、とっとと帰ってきてよね。お風呂の掃除当番溜まってるんだから。あと買い出し当番も。 部屋綺麗でしょ？のの姉がいつも掃除してるから。じゃあおやすみ。
Oh, this is my room.
あ、
That makes a lot more sense now. So this is my room before I left. That's why I knew where the article was. Okay, yeah. And it doesn't look anything like a girl's room. Which explains why she walked into this room, and I was so confused. Because I said, you know how a room can tell a person's personality? And I was like, Nono walks into the room, and I'm like, wow, Nono is really organized. I'm impressed. But this room doesn't even reek of any, like, reek. It doesn't even have any, like, feminine charm. I'm like, wow, I wasn't expecting that from her. Because it feels like she's really, to be a person who, yeah, would be organized. I give it that. But that's barely anything to say about a person. And then, that's her room, the other room. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I get it. When I left here, the biggest thing I felt wasn't rage at being betrayed by Daddy Kurusu. It was that I was different than anyone else. Okay, so he actually felt betrayed by that, which was the lie. If they don't, like, clarify that, I'm gonna assume it's because they lied about his parents' actual death. Okay, so now he needs to make the distinction, which is, why is that aspect so distinct that it feels like betrayal? There we go. Because I'm not getting it right now either. Okay, where do I start? Excuse me, man. I don't know what the hell's wrong with me today. A man who looked like the sumo sticker asked someone for directions. Sorry, what? That's interesting. At approximately 5 p.m. on October 6th, near Shoto 1st Avenue, Shibuya, a girl walking home from school was asked by a suspicious man, "Do you know where I can get some chanko?" What the hell is chanko? Chanko is a favorite dish of sumo wrestlers. It is? The man asking her was around 30 years old. Okay, so not that old. 170 centimeters tall, heavy set with black hair whose face looked very similar to the face of the sumo stickers. Always stay on well-lit, heavy traveled roads. Carry a personal alarm with you. Information released by Shibuya Police. Oh, you just copy-pasted this? Is it wrong for a fat guy to want some chanko? What? It's a jungle out there these days. People like us can't do anything while getting the cops called. Whose face looked very similar to the face on the sumo stickers. God, I missed this shit. Are they sure he wasn't an actual sumo wrestler? Why? What's he got to do with the sumo stickers? So now you're saying a suspicious person just for asking for directions. What the hell? I'm gonna be honest, talking to a schoolgirl was a no-no. Talking to a schoolboy would also be a no-no. The only safe option would be to go find a real sumo wrestler and ask him. This is so dumb. Actually, I think I saw this guy a week ago. He was running down Tamagawa Street, really sweaty. He kept mumbling, "Chanko, chanko, chanko." He really did look like the sumo sticker guy. Maybe he was a model for them. What's a sumo sticker? Someone tell me. Someone tell me if he ever actually got his chanko. The fuck is a chanko? I need to actually know now. Is it something that looks like really stupid? Maybe it's like... I want to say chanko. This sounds really... Chanko. Japanese food. Chanko nabe? Is that it? It's a sumo stew with shrimp, meatballs, and bok choy. Sumo stew is a robust soup brimming with mixed vegetables and tons of protein in a rich dashi broth. Although this one-pot stew is eaten by Japanese sumo wrestlers in training, it is hearty without being heavy. Okay, so you get a lot of food and protein in the stew, but it isn't heavy, so you can eat it and you won't feel like too bad about it. Okay. Let's see. This thing. I would piss myself if a guy like that talked to me. A guy who looks just like the sumo stickers? Says who? The news said they found a sumo sticker at the scene of the Love Hotel killing last month. Maybe this guy was a murderer. I don't think so. Like, maybe he places a sticker each time he commits a murder. Japan is such a peaceful place. Get thee to a sumo ring. In other words, he's been looking for his chanko for a whole week. Let's hope when they arrest him, they give him chanko instead of katsura. What the fuck? That's kind of messed up.
でも確実に歴史シールというものが人々の間に不確実な噂として浸透し始めていた。噂は集団の中で憶測を呼び、ありもしない幻影、つまりは妄想を生み出していく。一度動き出した歯車はもう誰にも止められないのだということに僕らは気づいていなかった。
Okay, so heads up. You know how the main character, aka the one who just spoke in a monologue right now, he is very distinct about being on the right side of information, which means like, you know, he understands the truth of information on the internet, the right side of information. But you look on his desktop. Is this really his desktop? It looks so freaking feminine. Whatever. If you look and you see that one internet icon, I would just shake my head and go like, man, I don't even believe you anymore. Internet Explorer my ass. Right sider my ass. Serika, huh? The only sound was Serika's occasional fiddling with her cell phone strap. Okay. Wow, even Kazuki stopped playing. Okay, that's kind of surprising. Oh, well, you know what? To be fair, I don't think she's, like, cold. She cares. It'd be really rude if I told you one of my friends got stabbed and you kept playing games.
ごめんごめん。お待たせ。
That's, like, next level rude.
会議が長引いちゃってね。無茶なこと言われるこっちの立場も考えてほしいもんだよね。まったく。ああ。ね、新聞部のことなんだけれど。やっぱり当分の間は活動休止にするそうだ。
Okay, obviously, because we've been pushing ourselves through something that is very dangerous and improper. I don't think any school newspaper club would actually be doing this.
決定ですか？
こうなっちゃった以上はね。ただ一個条件というか命令というか罪滅ぼしっていうんじゃないんだろうけど、なんて言ったら。
いや、何でもいいですから。何です？
君たち渡部智明って知ってるかい？
That does for some reason seem familiar. I don't know why.
ネット記者のですか？
Ah, it's the guy who barges into scenes, and he's from Nico Nico.
そうそう、ニコニア動画の。宮代くんよく知ってるね。
いえ。
One of the murders happened at a love hotel. We were actually there. We were actually in the room where the murder happened.
彼から文化祭で新聞部と対談したいっていうオファーが来てるんだ。
Interesting. Okay.
は？
No, it makes sense. I mean, we were directly there, so that's as close as you can get to the investigation.
なんで？
さあね、もともとうちの文化祭を渡部さんは取材することになっていたらしいんだけどね。ほら、うちって結構有名だから。で、その際にぜひ新聞部と対談したいって言うんだ。なんでも君たちが作成した新聞に興味があるらしくてね。
Okay, so ever since Shibuya got hit by an earthquake, annually they run a festival when the earthquake happened, right? I think it's the Restoration Festival because they restored Shibuya.
マジかよ。
僕は知らなかったんだけど、最近結構有名な人らしいじゃないか。それで活動は休止だけど、その対談だけはこなしてほしいって言うんだよ。対面として。いいかな？
Okay, so our club is shut down, but we still gotta do an interview. Why? Can we just say no? Our club is shut down anyway.
いいかなって言われても。
I mean, at the same time, I'm not like opposed to telling them information. There's nothing wrong with that.
学校側からの指示なんですよね。
It's an order.
わかりました。
Okay. Why? I don't understand. Just because he's famous? Really? That's it?
よかった。いやー、本当は廃部って言われてたところ、この件で粘って休止にしてもらったからさ。
Okay, so that's a leeway you gave. Okay, that makes more sense.
対談は文化祭初日、あさってだから。細かい段取りはまた明日連絡するよ。あとそれからクルス君からの伝言なんだけど。
え？
部の活動自体は本日から休止だから、文化祭の記録映像を撮ったりはもうできない。その代わり生徒会の手伝いをしてほしいそうだ。自分の空いた穴を埋めてくれって。
I'm not sure I can do that. The biggest problem is the main character is not that charming. I mean, he doesn't look bad or anything, but I'm saying socially charming is different than just being aesthetically pleasing physically. You know what I mean?
そっか、のんちゃん会長だもんね。
今度の文化祭は盛り上がってるからね。手が足りないんだ。生徒会顧問としてもぜひ頼むよ。
So it's kind of funny, but ever since I started writing again, I've been really interested in how writers construct stories. And so it's been like a thing that I would read works and try to understand how you write something better. And that's effective for me because obviously I write. But it's also something that I'm thinking about because I'm trying to write a story, actually. And so I know this is a little bit of a tangent, but today I went to GameStop. I know, right? I went to GameStop looking for a controller because I want to have a controller that works really well for Closers, which is a game that's coming out in 2 days. And I couldn't find it there, but instead I found, I think it's a sequel to 999. It's... Let me grab the box. Zero Time Dilemma. So this is a series that I really wanted to get into eventually, But obviously, because of how visual novels on a stream usually require me to do a lot of work, I didn't bother. So I've been interested in kinda reading these visual novels to get a better idea on how to construct a setting like that. And so eventually, sometime in the future, I'm going to be looking at that and seeing how I do that. Yeah, Zero Time Dilemma is the third. I do have Virtue's Last Reward, which is on my shelf somewhere, I think.
わかりました。
助かるよ。じゃあ後で生徒会室に顔を出してね。
渡部と対談ってマジか。
Does he look like the guy who made the Chimera? What?
尾上?
Maybe the room was kind of stifling. If a room feels like that and you open up the window, does it actually help? Maybe. Okay. No, I understand.
Yoshi! 切り替えよう。タク、しんちゃん、はなちゃん。ほら、タク、仕切ってよ。
You know, in college, have you ever been that guy in the dorm rooms who opens the door and says something really loud and closes the door? I understand how that feels. Sometimes I'm so frustrated, I open the window and I say, FUCK! Oh man.
ちゃんからの頼まれ事でしょ。やれるとこからやろう。タク？
よし。じゃあまず伊藤、生徒会室に行って生徒会から何をやればいいか指示を仰いできてくれるか。
Sometimes I get so mad I run to the woods and cuss. Do you actually live in the woods?
俺？お前は？
僕は行かない方がいい。
Is that possible? Let me think. I know I guess my aunt lived somewhere in the wilderness. There's internet there, so yeah, it's possible.
ああ、私も行くよ。
わかった。じゃあ和樹は。
I actually kind of prefer that. I don't really like living in the city. It's too crowded, too dense, too smelly. Bullshit! Dude, have you lived in the city before? Ugh. I need a little bit of space, you know? So, like, the countryside's a little bit too much space, but not in the city, man.
何すればいいか分かったら手伝ってくれよ。
20 feet from your house. Wow, really? Where are you from, man? A deer ran to your patio screen door. That's pretty impressive. You ever get spooked?
お前は？
I'm not sure if this is still a thing, but was it romanticist? Or was there another term for it? But there's this, in literature and in art, there's this time period in which it's labeled blank, right? I forgot what blank is. And the idea in that period of time was a return to nature. And by returning to nature, you'll get closer to your, I want to say like your inner being, and it will improve your lifestyle as well as get you away from like the industrial period and things like that, right? that by being too far away from nature, we're disconnecting ourselves away from what do you call it again? From understanding ourselves and humans in general. And so the reason why I brought that up is that still a thing? Do people still think that by going closer to nature, you'll find yourself and you'll discover more about your life? Discover more about your life? I think it has to be, right? It's still carried over. That idea is not too wrong. In fact, I'm fine with the idea. But the reason why I brought it up in the first place is because you live near a forest, and I read a lot of I read horror and I watch horror. I love the genre a lot, actually. And whenever I think of a forest, because of my exposure to the genre, I think of, oh, spooky. Do you get spooked? Right on the border of DC, Maryland, Virginia. Okay, I know where you are. Which is surprising, because my geography is really garbage, but I know where you are. It's because my aunt and uncle live in DC. Are we talking about romantics? I think it's the romantics. That makes more sense to me. But I brought it up just because he lives close to the forest. That's all, actually. And as a person who's interested in writing, I've been thinking about how to expand my horizons and, write better. And one of the options people have certainly said is just travel more or go towards the forest. I'm like, what? When was Frankenstein made? Because Frankenstein is about the dangers of technology. That's one example of that, right? That was made by Percy Shelley, I think. So that I want to say that's romantic. Is it? I'll have someone look it up. But pretty much like Oogie Boogie, scary technology, the dangers of technology, blah blah blah, right? That came from a different time period, way before this. And it's kind of carrying over to this story, where the dangers of technology, aka things that could have kept you safe, are suddenly harmful, right? Cameras, as an example, are surreptitious in this story, and they give this group of murderers or occult phenomenon, it could be a freaking ghost for all we know, power to hunt you. That's really it. And that concept of turning technology against you, I find really interesting, because knowledge, I think, is one aspect in which we use to, conquer fear. Are you really scared of vampires anymore? I want to say the answer is no, right? Because in modern day technology, why would you be scared of a vampire? You know how the sun works. You can take and emulate those rays. And so the vampire is weak towards the sun here. Lights, right? Die. Or if, I don't know, zombies really scare you. Okay, it's not just a single zombie. The problem with zombies is that it's a mass amount of zombies. So you're saying the setting in which a zombie apocalypse would happen would scare you. But even then, we've been exposed to that so many times already that there's solutions, right? There's ways that you can handle the fear, and that's through knowledge. But yeah, the concept of turning the most powerful aspect of humans against them, I think it's really cool. Where's Google Chrome? Oh, this guy doesn't have Google Chrome. This is internet. He has internet escape, which is the worst. He'd uploaded a close-up photo of the sumo sticker at Revolving Dead, which we hadn't been able to incorporate into our video, even though we'd been at the scene. Okay, take a step back. Today's news with Tomoaki Watabe. Okay, so this guy from Nico Nico has put news on. He's so famous, he has 2,341 comments. I didn't know Nico Nico had an actual news aspect to them. Well, I don't go on Nico Nico that often. So there's a chance that Tomoaki Watabe plagiarized our stuff too. There is that, right? But here's an article that doesn't kind of work all the way there. So how would he know about going to this hospital? Could it be about the hospital? So did he want to talk to us about what we found at the hospital? Okay, that makes more sense. So, is this like a remaster of Chaos Child, or is this the one that came out in 2014? This is the localization of Chaos Child. So, if the original game came out in 2014, which I'm not really sure if it did, then this is the game that is brought to Western shores. Specifically, this version that I got was the one that was localized in the UK. So, for some reason, if you live in Europe, you can buy it. And for the American version, I think I want to say you can buy it physically, but I didn't see it at GameStop. You should be able to download it though.
Huh? 回転デッドの力士シールのアップの画像は
You got a physical copy from Amazon. Well, there we go. See?
表情が違ってる
Step back. Where are we now? Something bothered me, so I went over to the board. The Sumo sticker from the revolving dead case is... I carefully removed the one that was on the board. I knew it. Its face is different. Okay, so we had something on the board. That was the photo that we had. The face of the article is different. Or is this the one that I took the photo of that's different? What does that even matter? Let me take a look. I went back in front of the mat and put the picture back on. That picture that we just grabbed, the Sumo sticker is wrong. That's a big deal. Okay, that means it's fake. The photo that we taken of the sticker and the sticker in what Tabe's article were different. Why? What was going on? Huh. Where was that? Where was that fake sticker? That part I didn't get. Okay. What does that mean? If there's a fake sticker there, what does that mean? It means someone's posing? Why would you pose as a why would you pose as a killer? Or maybe the person doesn't even understand what those stickers even mean. Ah, okay, so different narrator. They didn't give us a clue, but the sound indicates that this person is someone that we know and who dragged their foot like that. I can only think of one person, which was the singer, kinda. Yes, this person. This singer that I initially thought was the same person who got her stomach gouged, but it might not be the same person. Interesting. Okay, so are they using sound to indicate that this is the same person as the very beginning of the game? Or that would be a really powerful use of sound. I don't know. I'm not aware of how talented the sound director of this game is. I don't know, it's his job though. Like, sound is really important. There was only 1 day left until October 10th, the date of the next new generation madness killing. Okay, interesting. Okay, so to bring you up to speed on what I'm thinking right now, at the very beginning of the game, there were 2 events that happened, right? You had the event in which someone was murdered on stream. Hey, that's kind of cute. I'm on stream right now. And the second event was a singer who was famous for her videos on Nico Nico gets... What's happening here? We'll make contact with a reporter named Watabe tomorrow. Kill him. Oh, that's great. We're gonna meet that guy. Okay, the second event is the murderers visit a singer who's famous for her singing on Nico Nico, and they get her, right? And then when they get her, they somehow change her perspective, like how she sees things gets screwed up. And we get a shot of what she kind of looks like. We don't see her face, but she's wearing like a black outfit. And the key thing is she's dragging her feet, and it makes that weird sound that you heard in that memorial event in which that person was scratching their finger on the memorial, right? So that is what I thought, that maybe these 2 characters are related, and they use the sound to give you an indication of that. Now, the story led me into a different way. At a certain point, I was thinking, wait, is that girl who was the singer the person who got murdered at the I forgot what the event was called, but the singing event in which a person with a guitar had their stomach gouged and a speaker was put into their stomach, right? And then they were singing there. So that could possibly be the exact same person, right? It could be that the second event that happened in the game is connected to that event, aka that was exactly the same person. That she went out into the streets, her stomach was gouged, and the speaker was speaking her voice, and that was the murderer's doing. But if it's not the same person, then it could be this person right here who went to the memorial and scratched her fingers on. We're not sure yet, right? The assumption is that if you somehow... The assumption is that if you somehow are in the murderer's shoes, so say I am the murderer, right? And I target a victim. For some reason, when I target a victim, not only do I screw up their head and like mess with how they see things, I can time how they die, which is unique. Instead of just me killing them right there, I screw with their head and I mess with it in such a way that I say, I will have you die in about 6 days from now. So, the reason why I'm confused and trying to figure out if the second event in which someone was killed, the singer, right, could have been the singer at the memorial because of that dragging foot sound, right? I'm trying to like clarify that right now in my head. Or it could actually be the person who died at the singing event, which was on the street with her stomach gouged. And that would make more sense to me. And this just could be like them using a generic sound effect just for someone who's dragging their foot. Who fucking knows, right? The problem is we never saw the face of the singer in the second event, and we never saw the face of the person who was playing the guitar with their stomach gouged. So we don't have like direct information yet. I wonder if that even matters. Like, so what? The singer survived and is dragging her feet around. What does that mean? I don't know, actually. I actually don't know. Like, for once, this game is actually making me kind of confused. Okay, so this is a publicity event. He's saying that we're cool, aka the main characters were at a freaking newspaper club.
のようですが、明日の午後文化祭中である碧峰学園に赴き、新聞部に突撃インタビューを行おうと考えております。
Okay, but the big deal here is he's gonna get killed. Okay.
ジャーナリズムを目指す若者たちの今、そしてもちろん彼らがどのようにして私と同じ情報を得、事件の裏に隠された共通点に到達することができたのかを突っ込んで聞いてみたいと思います。
Okay, so he's saying that they came to the same conclusion as I did. So it's not that I stole from them or they stole from me. We came to the same conclusion.
彼らとの対話によっては事件の犯人像にさらに近づけるかもしれません。
I mean, there's been someone in the game who came to the same conclusion and is far ahead of us, so it's not impossible.
真実の追求、それが我々ジャーナリストの使命であり、証であります。
Yeah, actually that's a big deal. I remember, I'm not sure how many of you have been in a newspaper club before, but that assumption that journalists will always pursue the truth, right? That fundamental blank. I can't even remember the damn term. I'll say it's a ideal for now. That fundamental ideal of journalism, which is you actually try to seek out correct information. What was I gonna say about this? Is a topic that's happening in this game a lot because of how the information divide is a gigantic part of how you establish whether this story is scary or not. And it's very fitting that in modern day times, that the truth telling of a journalist is being questioned now. And hey, we're on the internet, so that information and whether something is, factually true or not, it becomes more difficult.
お疲れ様でした。
何がジャーナリストの使命だ。
Oh, there we go. See?
いや、なんでもないよ。
そうっすか？それだけ世間の注目が高いってことっすね。
Oh god, I mashed too fast.
当たり前だろう。俺がやってんだから。いや。
そうっすか？まあ、明日の放送も楽しみにしてますよ。
任せておけ。明日はもっとカウントいく放送にしてやるよ。
Oh, my favorite journalist. The clickbait journalist.
この俺の手でな。
It's kind of strange, but one of the things I really missed ever since I graduated from college was the access to information. And, I mean, that's not to say that we don't have access at our very fingertips. I'm saying that it was easier to find the answer to questions when I was in college. That's pretty obvious, right? Just talk to my freaking professors. Done. And so, one of the things I've really been trying to do is still to teach myself things. Like, I want to continue growing instead of being stagnant after college, I wonder why I brought that up. It's because we're always in school, so I'm always thinking about that, learning again.
大体どうして僕たちが生徒会の仕事なんて。
そりゃ俺たちが生徒会に迷惑かけちまったからだろ。
確かに生徒会の仕事を手伝う約束はしたけどさ、いくらなんでもこき使いすぎだ。伊藤。
I mean, he's sane to me. It's just that he has delusions.
んなこと言ったって、クレーム対応は嫌だって言ったのはお前だろ。
Actually, by definition, if you have delusions, does that mean you're not sane? I mean, what about people who are on the medical bed and they have delusions because of medicine? Yeah, you're still sane, right? Actually, I don't know. I mean, Kirito's there, I think. I mean, if you have any questions, Asuroki, just ask. I'll answer them if I can. I'm also eating some food right now. Can you hear this, by the way? No, right?
なんだ。
さっき渡部が配信してたんだよ。明日のこといろいろ喋ってたぞ。
え
？What does ASMR mean?
それに見ろよ、このカウント数。最近の報道でどんどん伸びてるっぽいし、明日は期待してもいいかもな。
Okay, hang on. Let me get some water. Yeah, we're getting roped along with how the story's pace is working. And also, with the information that the main character knows is all that we know, right?
期待ね。
なんだよ、そのリアクション。お前だって昨日は興奮してただろ？
But pretty much, I'm just like... I'm approaching the story, asking myself questions in my head. I'm trying to get them solved, and as they get solved, I'm pushing information out so I get where the story is throwing me. And so far, I have a possibility of the culprit, but I don't want to believe that person's the culprit. And I said it already. I said, I think maybe Serika might be the culprit, but I wouldn't be happy with that. And the reason why I'm saying that is... remember at the Love Hotel event? When we were trying to... Sorry, I'm kind of... Anyway, at the Love Hotel event, in which we're trying to open the door, and she said it was locked, right? Well, if the door was locked, then how did the policeman come in? The door was locked from the inside? We were inside where you normally have the lock on? How? So either something was blocking us outside, in which case we never saw anything ever outside on the camera footage that showed up, right? So, possibility 1, there's a ghost that's blocking the door, and it cannot show up on cameras, okay? Possibility 2, Serika's holding information from us, aka the door is not actually locked. She's just saying it's locked. Why would she do that? I don't know, right? Possibility 3, it actually was locked. She couldn't open the door for some reason. And then when the police go into the room And for some reason, there was no footage of anyone ever holding the door back on the outside of the room. The door at that time was not locked, and they came in, right? So which one is it? And to me, I'm more likely to believe that Serica was withholding information than there's a ghost holding the door. Unless, like, there's some type of technology that's holding the door closed. That could be that too. Who knows, right? There's a bunch of possibilities. I'd rather believe that, actually.
やっぱりいいように利用されているだけの気がするんだよな。
There's also the fact that some of the things that we saw from the camera that was being recorded, there was a camera outside the door, and there's a camera that I used to record things, right? The main character has a phone camera. Something about the footage on the phone camera is a little bit funky, and I'm not sure what it was. I forgot already.
そもそもあの情報自体、僕たちの方が早く配信してたんだぞ。それを渡部はいかにも同じタイミングだったみたいに扱ってる。
自分の方が後出しだったってことをうやむやにしようとしてるってわけか？
ああ。
Right. Because I brought attention to how it's possible he could have plagiarized us.
仮にそうだとしたらどうするんだよ、明日のインタ。
別に普通に受けるよ。それが学校側からの条件なんだから。けどあれ、そういえば川原君は？
I don't know. I only need to cover a little bit of this game. I just want to experience it and enjoy it.
ああ、なんだっけ、校庭にあっただろ。風鈴だかなんだか飾るやつ。
ああ、願い事がどうとかいう。
Also, one of the biggest problems with this game is I have no idea how the choices actually affect things. Because after I'm done with the choice, bam, this never happens, right? So it's not as clear to me as in other games where choices, pushes on a different route. Maybe as the game gets further in, I will understand how these choices actually matter, but for now I do not understand.
「あれの設置で走り回ってるってさっき。
あ、終わったのか？え？はい。
じゃあ次は受付にパンフ運んでくれ。
パンフレットですね。わかりました。
いってらっしゃい。
はい、なんでしょう。
Oh yes. My favorite girl. Not really, but I like her. I can't understand what she's saying.
で、和樹か。脅かすなよ。クラスの仕事終わったのか？だったら生徒会の方の手伝いを頼む。
So far, I think she hasn't uttered a single line. Okay, uttered. More like said. Like just said. She hasn't said anything.
Yeah, だから生徒会の手伝いを。もしかしてついてこいって言ってるのか。
I wonder how much they paid this voice actress. Okay, so here we go. This is how you choose options in this game. Either you let it go neutral, which is what it is right now. I can also choose positive, or I can choose negative. And depending on how I go about my decision, the following event will change. But the problem is, it doesn't really change. So which one do you want? Positive, neutral, or negative? Your call. I'm voting for positive because, I don't know, I have a positive look on her. She looks very positive to me. One for positive, one for negative, another one for positive. Positive. Alright, here we go. Yeah, maybe somewhere down the line, it will be a lot more obvious what these choices do. But for now, we have no clue. No, she didn't.
それでどこへ行くんだ?
Oh no, why?
Help me.
What?
Bullshit!
なんだ、ただの空耳か。
Help me. Help me.
Wow.
もしかして今の和樹。
Help me.
お前か?
Wow. Too bad it isn't reality. I would have been very proud if you actually spoke a line.
お前喋れたのか?
I know, right? That's how I felt too. Oh man.
でもどうしていきなり
Help me, タクル宮代. You are my only hope.
She says while smiling at me. I understand English.
Huh?
Why was she speaking English? Maybe she's not actually Japanese, and that's why she never speaks. But she has a Japanese name, Kazuki. I mean, that's possible. Yeah, it could have been. What? What? I can't read this. I don't understand.
今のって何?
Okay. A general term for technologies that display images on an object or a space rather than a flat surface. Images can be... Sorry. Images can be a projection mapped into anything, such as human bodies, trees, or paintings, but it's especially common to projection map onto a building. The use of projection mapping on building at city stations and tourist sites to create special spaces is becoming more popular both inside and out. Okay.
私の本名はカーズキー・ハンナ。カーズキー大聖団帝国である銀河帝王ルドルフ15世の第8王女です。
Wow. You know what? I guess I kind of like this. Hannah, huh?
助けてください。ちなみにあなたは私の双子の兄です。
Really?
あと最終的にあなたは生き別れの実の父親と戦うことになります。まあつまりルドルフ15世のことですが。
The version update on the game. Okay, hang on. How do I check the version update on this game? Connect to internet and view the latest information for this application. Am I not connected to the internet? Well, let's see. I'm assuming the answer is no. Okay, well this is really fast. Give me this quick moment. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I like the theme too. Okay, anytime now. No? Yes? Maybe? Question mark? Is the Wi-Fi bad? Yeah, no way. Okay. Connected. Check for updates. Sorry, what? Check for update. An update file for this application is available. To check the download status of the update file, go to the notification screen. Wow, there's a bunch of things that are downloading, including Blue Reflection. Did they... Huh! They updated Blue Reflection? Did they fix all the grammar issues? Maybe. 24 minutes to update. What should I do? One, how about I connect a direct cord? Okay, I'm assuming it's directly connected now. So, if that's the case, take a step back. Downloads or is it notifications? Notifications. Nope. System software updates. System power saving. How do you check the download section again? Just so I can see the progress of it. Oh, yeah, that works. Okay, so with a direct connection, it's taking seconds to download. Wow, well, there we go. So how are you guys doing? Oh man, you're hungry? Yeah, I am too. Man, thank God for a fast connection. Wait, now Marvel's updating? Oh, Jesus, come on. Alright, whatever. That's what I'm hoping. It says installing, so I'll wait. So now it's done. Alright, let's try. And now I can go back to that seed and see the translated Star Wars image. So, Pale, if you're still in the chat, have you played this game before? Chaos Child, I mean. Because you said something about it being a Star Wars reference, which shocked me because that was way before we saw the Star Wars reference. Unless there was something that was specific in that scene that gave it an indication that was a Star Wars reference before the images started floating up. Or before she actually started speaking. That helped me? Okay, let me quick load this. You're my only hope. That's the classic line? Okay. Now I need to see this translated because I'm interested.
分かったよ。
それでどこへ行くんだ？
Help me.
なんだ、ただ。
Help me.
Ah, I see.
もしかして今の、お前喋れたのか？
That like killed me.
でもどうしていきなり
You can talk?
Help me, タクル宮代. You are my only hope.
There we go. So that's a Star Wars reference.
Huh?
Which is fitting because... Alright, I just want to see if this is translated or not. Where was that sound coming from? Oh, the words literally appear on the sky. Okay. Oh, and the music's actually in. Okay, that makes sense. I can't read this fast. What the hell? Okay, now the joke has landed. I get it. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for telling me that the game got patched.
私の本名はカーズキー・ハンナ。カーズキー大聖団帝国である銀河帝王ルドルフ15世の
Is it in the
第8
backlog?
王女です。
Fair question. Oh, no, it's not. I want to read that too.
助けてください。ちなみにあなたは私の双子の兄です。あと最終的にあなたは生き別れの実の父親と戦うことになります。というわけで助けてください。
というわけでとか言われてもな、ダイジェストで説明されても困る。
She did. You're right.
さあ行きましょう。
どこへ？
あの星の彼方へ。
Wow. That's amazing. Let's read about Spark Wars. Spark Wars, a Hollywood movie franchise whose first release was in 1977, and that still has many fans today. It's a space opera composed of 6 episodes, but it has been announced that it was originally planned as a 9-episode series. Wow, really? I didn't know that. The special effects and computer graphics technology used to bring its vast universe to life are still highly regarded even many years later. Man, I want to watch Spark Wars. Okay. Now I'm really curious. What's the negative version of this? This is negative?
それでどこへ行くんだ？
Maybe we'll go to a horror setting or something. Oh, okay, creepy.
え？
Yeah.
え？どうしたんだ、カズキ？
私はカズキなどという名前では。
Bullshit!
Wow, this is funnier than the. Okay, go on.
我々は宇宙人だ。
何よ。
What did you walk into? The main character is having a delusion. This character in front of us, who almost never speaks, is now speaking.
これから UFO を呼ぶ。
UFO だって。
逃げられると思うな。お前を連れ去ってキャトルミューティレーションしてやる。
But I'm not a cow.
エイリアンアブダクションのこと？
キャトルミューティレーションだ。
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'm a cow today. You know, what is the difference between mutilation and cattle mutilation? I guess we're about to find out.
お前の血液を吸い出してやる。
Wait, what?
ふっふっふ。お前の血液が私の体の中でおいしいおいしい。もっともっと。
Well, I hope you don't have parents watching over this right now. How? Even I don't have, like, random delusions like that. It would have to be somewhat constructed. What the hell? Anyway, let's move forward. Okay, so where are we?
もしかしてこれを運ばなきゃならないとか。
So you want me to help you carry something? Okay. What am I carrying? Yeah. Wow, that's anime. Let's see. She took a piece of paper out of her pocket. It looks like some kind of handmade flyer. Handmade? Oh, they photoshopped it. That logo looks kind of familiar. Why does that logo look familiar? Or is it a very common type of, like, style? I don't know, for some reason I thought Gurren Lagann with that kind of logo. Gun Battle. It's a bright colored big letters, class 1A, let's build a gun battle project? Well, hang on. Kido Battler. Gun Barrel is an animated TV show that ran... This must be obviously a reference to something. Okay, is an anime TV show that ran for 155 episodes. Must be Gun Barrel then. Let's look it up. What is Gun Barrel? Gun Barrel anime. It's reference to robotic nodes. Oh, okay. It's used as an unusual marketing strategy of broadcasting 110... What?! Creating a worldwide boom before the Japanese release. Like most robot anime, it targeted middle school boys and above with toys and other merchandise. Yep. But its amazing 3D CG battles and high-quality story based on Egyptian mythology became very popular, to the point where a theatrical version was made. However, the last episode of the third season was suddenly cancelled in a very controversial move. The hero was Genki Doto, who piloted the combat sports robot Card Trooper. Its vast setting spanned the entire planet through both the past, present, and future. The first season's opening song was sung by the popular cult gothic punk band Phantasm. Okay.
頑張れるってアニメの?
I mean, I'm not against it. Sure, I'll help you. Wow, so this long-running series just ended, huh? Kinda like freaking Naruto of all things. Or Bleach. I can't believe those series have been going on for that long. What? How long has that series been out, man? I'm fucking 27 now. I remember it back in middle school, maybe even a little bit earlier than that. Yeah. Huh, there we go.
これって和樹のクラスの展示物？
うん。
Oh, the band from Chaos Head? I did not know that was the band. The band name, rather.
でもなんで和樹が一人で運ばなきゃならないんだ？クラスの連中は？
Oh yeah, you're right. One Piece is still going. Oh my god. Stop doing that. I feel old. When did One Piece start?
なるほど。ぼっちには辛い状況だな。
You're fucking kidding me. You're saying that One Piece can drink?
Bullshit!
Ow. What did I say that offended you? Hang on. SC, it's hard not having any friends, huh? Okay, yeah, that's kind of rude.
誰がぼっちだ？違うわ。今日はたまたま仲のいい子が休んでるだけだから。
Good translation.
すまん、僕の勘違いだ。
Yeah, we should be solving murders, but right now we're trying to help with the festival.
で、僕にどうしろと？代わりに運ぶのを手伝えって？でもこれって重いんじゃないのか？
No. Dr. Zero, the scene that you saw in which he actually talked was a delusion. It isn't real. You know, outside of a delusion, I don't think I've ever seen this character speak. It's a divining characteristic. It's like how when Octodad says blurb, 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 for some reason people understand her. Oh, him, rather. Same thing here.
よし、そっち回って。さあ、いっせーので持ち上げるぞ。
Yeah. Because this game is about perception. And even the game mechanics are about perception.
行くぞ。いっせーの。おい。お前リズム感ないのか？完全にずれてるぞ。遅い。
I don't know anyone's rhythm is that's that bad. 1, 2, 3. It's supposed that.
みたいな顔するなよ。もう一回やるぞ。
This is after Chaos Head. 6 years.
今度は早っ。もういい。和樹に僕が合わせるから、とにかく持ち上げろ。よし。それじゃ、このまま運ぼう。
Oh, it is not like FinestKO, but it's from the same type of universe. So it's a science adventure series. So FinestKO is in the same universe as this universe. And currently in Shibuya, which has been destroyed, well, it was destroyed by an earthquake 6 years ago. We're 6 years after. There's murders that are emulating the murders that happened 6 years before. And the main character and his friends are in a newspaper club. And they happened... Oh, not happened. They specifically went to the scene of a murder, and they got a little bit too involved.
そこんとこ角になってるからな。気をつけろよ。
If you're wondering about the appeal of this particular story, it's the fact that they're combining science with the occult. So we're not 100% sure yet, but most likely it's not like some type of monster, but it could be. Hey, who knows? I remember a little bit of Chaos Head. I read a long time ago, though.
先に登って。そうそう、そのままゆっくりゆっくり。踏み外すな。踏み外すんじゃないぞ。あ、おい。
Are we gonna drop it?
大丈夫か、カズキ。
The situation was... Are you kidding me? Okay, guys. So we still don't know how our choices in this game are affecting the actual story. I'm assuming eventually... Wow. I'm assuming eventually, when we get more into the story, these delusions that we're having will be very obvious how they influence the route. So, positive, neutral, or negative, your call. One person said negative. I'm voting positive. Anyone else want to join me? Okay, 2 positive, 2 negative, positive, positive. We need 1 more for the positive it is. But anyway, since this is a story about perception, our main character, in my opinion, he's unreliable. And that's pretty obvious because he has delusions all the time. But more than that, he's extremely invested in, for lack of a better word, internet. He's extremely invested in internet information. So he is, he could use a little bit more time away from his computer, I guess is the nicest way to put it. It's a little bit different than being a shut-in. He's not exactly that. He's too influenced by the media. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
ほら、カズキ。とにかくそこどいて。
Anytime you hear her speak, it's not real. I've learned that. Wait, what?
あ、変だな。なんか喉の調子が。
Oh, this is this is like one of my Japanese anime.
僕とカズキの中身が入れ替わった？嘘だ。そんなバカなことがあるわけが。なんだろう、想像していたよりもずっと硬いぞ。硬すぎる。アニメなんかでボヨンボヨンと揺れている表現があるから、まるでマシュマロみたいに柔らかいのかと思っていたけれど。
Okay, you're describing it.
いや、待て、違う。そうじゃない。そうか。これはブラジャーをしているからか。つまりブラを取ればもっと柔らかい本体が出現するということになるな。
Dude, you're right in front of her.
でもブラのホックを外すなんて女子と付き合った経験のない男子にとっては難関中の難関だ。自分の背中にあるホックなんてどうやって外してるんだ。
You're monologuing your thoughts.
そうか。ブラそのものを上にずらせばそれでいいじゃないか。
This is the first thing you think of?
おお、これはすごい。というか、カズキってもしかして、いや、もしかしなくても、むちゃくちゃ胸が大きいぞ。
What? You're in school. Wow! Wow.
すごい。こんな。
Why are you drooling? Don't worry, this is legal to stream. I promise. Okay.
バカ変態
Gender bending. Oh, my favorite! A term encompassing a broad range of genres that deal with characters who change sex. Yep. That's what it is. Let's switch. This is my life now. God. Negative. We're being watched?
私は監視されています。24時間ずっとです。学校にいる時も、通学途中も、家にいる時も、ゲームをしている時も、監視の目を感じるんです。
You know, should I be concerned? Because the main character is having a lot more delusions than the beginning of the game.
彼らは巧妙に姿を隠しているんですよ。実際には隠していないのですが、隠さないことで逆に紛れているんです。
So they're like body snatchers, what you're saying?
そうしてたまに私に接触してきます。それは彼らなりの警告です。お前を監視しているぞと私に教えているんですね。
It wasn't that Kazuki wasn't talking. It was simply that no one had ever heard her. What?
今日は学校に来る途中でサラリーマンの男の人とぶつかりました。私はカバンの中身をぶちまけてしまいました。
Okay, so you're saying that
その人は謝りながら拾うのを手伝ってくれたんですよ。
He's saying that it's not that she doesn't speak, it's that she speaks so quietly that you never hear her.
その人も彼らの仲間であり、私を監視している一人です。間違いないです。街のあちこちにいるんです。そうやって何気なく私を見張っている人は他にもたくさんいます。家には調べてはいませんが、盗聴器がおそらく10個以上は仕掛けられているでしょうね。なぜ調べないのかといえば、調べると彼らに気づかれるからです。
This is kind of creepy.
もし私が盗聴器の存在に気づいていることが知られたら、彼らはもっと直接的な行動に出てくるでしょう。家の前の駐車場にはいつも怪しい白いワゴンが止まっています。その車は本当に毎日ずっとそこに止まっているんです。一度人が乗っているのを見ました。エンジンもかけずに助手席に座っていました。運転席は空っぽでした。盗聴器が拾う音を聞いていたんだと思います。
Once I saw someone inside it, he was sitting in the passenger seat and the engine wasn't running. There was no one in the driver's seat. I think he was listening to what the bugs picked up. Okay.
学校でも常に見張られています。今こうして先輩と密着していることもすでに上に報告されているでしょうね。
Oh no, they should have kept that to themselves.
生徒の中にスパイが紛れ込んでいます。しかも一人や二人ではなく何十人という数です。私が校内のどこへ行こうとも必ず誰かが私を見ています。例えば私のクラスの大河内さんはスパイです。以前1週間の間にトイレで8回も会いました。
Are you sure?
私を尾行しているんです。
Does she actually use the restroom or is she just walking there with you?
直接大河内さんにあなたはスパイでしょうと聞いてみました。正しくは怒鳴ったんですが、宮代先輩も私と同じ部なので当然見張られています。野々先輩やセリカ先輩や伊藤先輩に不自然な様子はありませんでしたか？視線を感じませんか？私は感じます。私が部室でゲームをしている時が多いです。場合によってはこそこそと小声で話しているのを わざと私に聞かせてきたりします。
Wow, these illusions are so getting crazy. Okay, so you're saying that when they speak to each other, they speak in whispers, but loud enough for you to hear. But you have headphones on. How?
そういう時、私は気づいているけれど気づいていないふりをするために壁を殴ります。
What?
殴るとしばらくは静かになりますが、また1時間もしないうちにひそひそと話し出すんです。すごくムカつきます。
Okay, so at least on the bright side, they make it very obvious this is a delusion. I wonder if in the future of this game, the delusions become so hard to tell from reality that we have to figure out what's real and what's not. On the bright side, you can tell this is fake. I mean, if the big breast in front of your face is not enough of an indicator just of how she's explaining things.
彼らが巧妙に私たちの日常生活の中に紛れ込んでいます。よっぽど注意しないと彼らの正体には気づくことができません。でも私が今こうして話したからもう先輩も気づいてしまった。先輩の家も盗聴されています。もしかしたら隠しカメラもあるかも。あの公園のホームレスの中にもスパイはいます。私のスカートのポケットの中に護身用の催涙スプレーが入っています。それをこっそり持って行ってください。いざという時に使うんです。
Honestly, Kazuki, I like you. Not because of the breasts in front of my face. I actually just like you because I think you're funny. I will gladly go with you. I shall take the mace and we shall protect each other's.
それとも先輩もスパイですか？だとしたらそう言ってください。私は誰も信じません。先輩のことも信じていません。どうなんですか？
和樹、落ち着いて。
Actually, that's a really well delivered line. Hang on.
それとも先輩もスパイですか？だとしたらそう言ってください。私は誰も信じません。先輩のことも信じていません。どうなんですか？
Oh man, you can hear her voice break. That's actually perfect. Okay, anyway, get off me, please.
スパイですか？
That's the first thing you have to ask.
スパイなんですか？スパイですよね。私のこといつも見てますもんね。気持ち悪いです。やめてください。誰か助けて。誰か。
お前どうかしてるよ。
Coming from you doesn't really work. More. No, not more breasts. I mean more of that scene. God, please.
Kazuki, 怪我はないか？ほら、じゃあ立って。早いところこれ持っていこう。
Okay, well, lucky. Lucky in multiple ways, I guess.
1の A、ここか。
1A, huh? So, the freshmen's?
うん。運んできてくれたんだ。てっきりバックれたのかと思ってた。あれ？てかこっちの人は？
いや、その。
ああ、知ってる。確か新聞部の。明日渡部と対談するって。
君は？
大河内って言います。
Oh, Kochi?
いや、名前じゃなくて知ってるんですか？
やだ、みんな知ってますよ。噂になってるし。
What? Are you kidding me? Dude, get a clue. Nico. She doesn't even have to go there for news, man. She can go there for like freaking videos.
頑張ってくださいね。楽しみに。
はい。ありがとうございます。
わざわざすいません。あとはこっちでやっとくんで、そこに置いといてください。
何？
Tell you what, if you start speaking, I'll take a shot. And I need an actual line, like an actual word. That's not an actual word. I'm saved. Sorry, you're giving me the lollipop that you okay, you know what? Sure, I guess. Oh, you mean to give me a different one, I was gonna say. What? What is this? Dried squid? Oh, that's just pretty good. I'll take it, thank you. Actually, is that allowed? I don't know. Are you allowed to bring a bunch of snacks into high school? I don't think no, in my high school you couldn't do that. What the fuck? You're allowed to do it here? Oh, wow, okay.
手が空いたら生徒会の方も手伝ってくれよ。一応部員なんだから。
Man, yeah. Super rushed anime adaptations are some of the worst I've ever seen. In terms of TV production, I'm not a big fan of that either. I dropped Chaos Child somewhere during episode 2, and I'm glad. I'm really glad. Oh, okay. One more day until the murder. Hey! I wonder who's gonna die this time. I mean, I don't want people to die. I'm just saying I wonder who's going to die, because most likely someone's going to get murdered. Wait, we're getting a different perspective. What's happening here? Hiroko Tashita was working at her part-time job as a grocery store cash register. Hiroko, huh? Okay. Okay. So this is a housewife? Yeah, housewife technically, but she works at a cash register, so or whatever. She works. Wow, this must really suck. Well, if she works at a cash register, then I understand why you don't want someone there sighing, but getting lashed out because you sighed is a little bit too much if you ask me.
合計で3127円になります。
Anxious? Why? Okay, if we're getting this kind of spooky music, and we're pretty close to the day of the murder, is it going to happen now? Because again, it's not the day of the murder, it's they'll die on that day. Who? Oh! Interesting. Hi. So, you must like sumo wrestlers. Oh, Nick, could you do me Peach, please? So do you like Chanko? Nick, are you gonna stay up on the 6th waiting for the game to release? What am I saying? Are you gonna stay up on the 6th waiting for closers to release? Because if you are, I would appreciate it if you message me, because I want to get up on that game ASAP.
すみません。いらっしゃいませ。
They'll tweet the opening hour time sometime today, the 6th. Okay, got it.
4378円になります。
Yo, SJO, thank you for the subscription, man. I'm glad to hear that. So we'll be turning in new emotes commissions sometime tomorrow, I believe. So if you're interested in the new emotes that we'll be getting for our channel, please stick around as a subscriber. Otherwise, I really appreciate the support. What? Okay, so I don't want to say this is a delusion because this doesn't have any type of visual indicator that it is, but hey. This is kind of creepy. What the fuck are you guys doing here? Is it Halloween already? This is October, but it's not Halloween. In the game, I mean. Maybe they're not the murderers, but the victims. And so the murderer popped every single one of them. And they're gonna make them die somehow. I don't know. What was the 10th murder? Not the 10th murder. What was the murder on the 10th 6 years ago? Was it the mass suicide? It could have been. Oh, that's creepy. That could be it, actually. You should probably check to see what they're buying. Also call the police. That works too. What's the significance of the double sumo head? Oh, you weren't there for that? The double sumo head is not actually two sumo wrestlers, even though they're... it's not sumo wrestlers. They're just fat men. And the visual image of the double sumo, as you can see on the bottom left a little bit, right? Is that you notice how the supposed hair pieces, the top of his hair piece goes down left, and under that, the top of the other hair piece goes down right. They're actual they're roofs, because they're not drawn in such a way that that would be a natural hairline. They're actual rectangles. You see that, right? And so that's supposed to be a temple, and there's 3 eyes. So even though there's 2 faces, there's only 3 eyes. The middle eye is where the mind's eye will be. You know what I mean when I say mind's eye, right? Like the Illuminati symbol as an example. That's supposed to represent the all-seeing eye, and who has an all-seeing eye? That would be God, as an example, right? So there's a temple where his hair pieces, and under that temple is the all-seeing eye, which is God. So they're saying that the sumo stickers are supposed to be like an indication of, 1, it could either be religion, right? 2, it could be protection. 3, it could be something appealing to the occult. And, you know, it could be any combination of that, in all honesty. Because we think the sumo stickers are cameras, the 3rd eye, the mind's eye, could actually be where the camera is placed. Because wherever the murders happen, bam, there's a freaking sticker there. And not just only a sticker placed in such a way where the video recording of that murder that gets put onto the internet seems to line up exactly where the sticker is. That is why we think they're cameras. Who's doing that? Fuck, if we knew that, then maybe we can figure out who the murderer is. How long has this been going? I haven't really streamed that long.
Onoe?
Oh, Onoe.
お前、手が足りないクラスの手伝いをしてるんじゃないのか?
She's probably my favorite character. I love her so much.
そう、それそれ。お願いだから助けて。
Okay, you want me to help you with what? Please don't tell me.
ちょっと待ってくれ。さっきからあちこち動きっぱなしで。
Give me another delusion. I need this.
それどころじゃないんだってば。とにかくタクがいないと。ああ、見つけた。先輩方、チャオっす。やあやあ、今日もお二人仲が良さそうで何よりです。
Oh, and since a lot of people are popping in now, the top left chick, the one with blonde hair, okay, she was at the scene of the murder. Supposedly she's one of the victims, but we aren't entirely sure, and she acts completely different than she does in another scene. So how she's portraying herself right now is not very real to who she is.
Huh?
Or so we think. Maybe this is her real personality, but I don't know.
Arimura-san.
It could also be just, a different interpretation of personalities. To me, I think how you act in front of different people, that isn't a different you, that's part of you.
あなた、殺されますよ。
So this chick who's telling me that I will die pretty soon, which is exactly what she said right there, you're gonna die pretty soon, that's part of her personality. That's hella hot, man. Tell me more. Whisper in my ears how I'm gonna die. Is it from overwork? Too much homework? Bad grades? Getting hit by a carcoon? Is it a truck?
有村さん、なんで？
やだな、後輩なんだから呼び捨てでいいって言ってるじゃないですか。ねえ、リカ。
Actually, that's a kind of semi-serious question. You know how the ongoing trope is that a truck kills someone in Japan, and then when they revive, they are transported to another world? Has anyone ever actually, been... How about we just prevent the person who's in the truck from running someone over, and then we're done? So, the reason why I asked that is, it's not always that the truck is going to transport you to another world. That's a joke, right? The truck can also be a device where it's an inescapable murder. So, as an example, in this recent manga that I read, which is like Groundhog Day to some degree, a truck or something like that will always kill this character. I don't know of any sort of story approached that trope and said, how about we just murder the truck driver? Or how about we just go directly to the truck driver and say, hey, don't drink while you drive, and then you're done. That hasn't happened yet.
Rika?
It's a device. It's like the truck driver doesn't exist. They're just there to kill someone. Fucking truck drivers in Japan, man. Wanna have truck get hit by another truck? I mean, we understand what the trope means, right? It's essentially saying this death is unavoidable, exactly, right? But calling attention to the trope would be funny, right? What if the truck gets hit by another truck? That would be funny. So then you have an unavoidable death getting hit by an unavoidable death.
ファイナルなのか、アンサーなのか。アンサー。ついでに私のことはヒナでいっから。はい、声に出して言ってみよう。せーの。
To me, I would find it vastly hilarious if there's no driver in the truck. It's just a truck driving to kill you. Like, what? Could you imagine a horror story of nothing but tropes? And one of the tropes is a truck driver? Like, why?
ダメ、たどたどしいぞ。もう一回。ヒナ。まだちょっち硬いけど、いいとすっか。 じゃよろしくねセリ。
You know, sometimes I kind of wonder, like, when writers write a story, I want to say that trope usage, most of the time, isn't done intelligently, which is, I'm using a trope to say something very specific about the trope and how to address it and how to expand upon it, etc., right? Is that because of the inability of the person to write? That's a fair question, right? How often do you see a trope? But at the same time, a trope usage doesn't mean it's bad. It's how you use it is the correct answer. And then there's the problem that so many stories are built upon the same foundations. It's not even a problem. It's okay. It's okay to have a foundation of a story be similar to another. How many times have we seen the hero's journey? It's okay. It's important too. And it's based off of like the history of literature. I'm fine with that. I'm just thinking to myself right now, how do I address writing competence with the use of tropes, and what does that mean? Like specifically within the anime industry, anime is meant to sell things, right? So, you know how earlier on when we were reading the visual novel, it said that the anime specifically within this universe was used to sell merchandise to children, specifically middle-aged boys. Same thing. Happens all the time. That's how you make money. You don't make money off the Blu-ray sales, although you can. You make money off of other ways, so like merchandise figures, freaking wall scrolls, games, whatever derivative thing that comes from the anime, yeah? And it ends up being like marketing. So I wonder if the authors of said works specifically put in tropes to make it more marketable. In which case, I understand that. They're trying to turn their work into something bigger, which is, hey, make it an anime. But is that gonna harm anything? That's something I've been thinking about for a very long time now.
お、どうしたんですか、宮代先輩。視線が熱いですよ。
あ、いや。
もしや、私に惚れちゃいましたか？たくん、そうなの？
違う、そうじゃ。
Oh, so the problem with 3gatsu is something that I personally have an issue with. So when you watch 3gatsu, you don't actually have to watch 3gatsu for the sport. It's not actually a sport. No, it is a sport. Chess is a sport. So whatever they're doing is... I forgot what it's called. It's like Japanese chess. What do you call that? I forgot already. Shogi? I think it's called shogi, right? Anyway, you don't have to watch 3gatsu to understand shogi, or you don't have to watch 3gatsu if you understand shogi. You can watch it for other things, like the drama, right? But one of the problems I had with 3gatsu is the same thing that I have with every single show that's about a sport or a game. If I don't understand a sport or a game, I feel bad watching it. Like, I personally feel bad watching it. So, when I watch... okay, it's not Kaiji, it's the other one. You know what I'm talking about, right? Where the guy is gambling, he has white hair. I don't understand what that is. What's it called again? That gambling game that they're playing? I know Ricci is part of it. I don't understand how you played that. So, because I don't understand how you play that, I feel really bad watching it. So, I don't understand the intuition that goes in and the intelligence that goes into the decisions. I don't get it, right? So I feel bad watching it, even though I feel excited by it. It's the same thing about, like, sports. So if I watch a sport and I don't understand all the rules, I feel bad about it. Like, today, I was listening to all the rules that go into boxing, and I was like, oh, I didn't know that rule was actually a thing. So I know the basic rules, right? But I didn't know that the winner must always get 10 points. So if I punched you once and you did absolutely nothing the entire round, I would get 10 points because I punched you. You did absolutely nothing. It doesn't mean that 10 points equals, like you were figure dancing and I gave you a 10. That's different, right? I can give you an 8. Or I can give you a 7. Or I can give you a 6 or a 5, right? But the fact that the winner always gets 10, I actually never knew that. Well, I enjoy Ippo for different reasons. I used to be a kickboxer, not for long, but the martial arts I took, specifically in my area, for some reason, I don't understand why, they taught you this type of karate, which I already forgotten. They taught you kickboxing and they taught you Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I don't know why, but they did. So every Friday, there'll be multiple teachers there, and I was able to learn from every single one of them. And I favored kickboxing because kickboxing makes a lot of sense. Like, how they teach you how to move your body, how to use physics, right? To understand why you do this, to hit someone really hard, why you move this way, why you put your hand close to your face, in case someone might kick you there or punch you there. There's a guard, right? And stuff like that. It all makes sense to me. And so I favor kickboxing. And kickboxing isn't the same thing as boxing, obviously. But Ippo has elements of boxing of which I understood. And I was like, oh, cool. I like this. And I appreciated that. But I don't box for a living, obviously. So I don't know the rules of boxing.
Huh?
But I watch Ippo because I enjoy elements of it. God, I'm talking about so many tangential things, but I've been thinking a lot lately about fashion, and it's funny because if you go and see me personally, generally I'm not the kind of guy who will dress super nice for every single event, right? And when I was in college, I would. At least I would try. If there was something really important, I would try to wear something to give an inference that I thought it was important. Right, that's pretty simple. And I cared more about fashion in college than I do now. But the reason why I'm thinking about fashion in my head right now is that I'm thinking about, one, design, right? So character design, how you draw this character and how you make her look a certain way. But how does that influence real life? So how does character design somehow give me knowledge about how to handle things in real life? In which case, that would be fashion, right? So for some reason, I was thinking in my head, how does fashion portray different personalities? And I was thinking, well, it's because clothing comes with a different kind of perspective. So what I'm saying is, based on what you wear, I can get a different image of you mentally in my head. And sometimes that will start like stereotypes, right? And that I can understand being a negative thing. But if you are aware of how clothing is saying something, then you are able to control the image that is being elicited from you. And then I thought to myself, okay, so then how many people on average understand that clothing elicits an image and therefore dictates how people think of them? And I think the answer is a lot, right? People understand that, right? You get that. Or am I just misinterpreting something? That's common. People should understand that?
やだな、そんなあからさまに用心しないでくださいよ。ひなちゃん悲しい。
一体どこまでが本気なんだ。わけがわからない。
ほら、ここです、ここです。ささ、入って入って。
Okay, so the reason why I thought of that is because I thought of my friends. So, as an example, I'm not that tall. I'm 6 foot tall, Asian male with glasses, right? So how I dress doesn't come off as intimidating. And I've noticed that a lot of people don't tend to find me scary, which is good. I'm really happy that's the case. And then I think of like how I dress, and I realized, well, okay, I usually dress either really dorky, I don't give a shit about that, or I dress professionally or I dress suavely. I choose how I want to dress depending on the event, right? And then nothing that I wear would scare someone, which is good. I don't want that to give to someone. But then there's certain type of stereotypes that come of how you dress. And I was reading a manga because I just want to have fun, right? And then one of the characters was like, you know, for some reason everyone's scared of me. And I'm like, well, I mean, you have slanty eyes. That's how the artist drew you. So that idea of having slanty eyes, aka pointed angles to show like you're sly, or you're angry, or you're scary, or etc. Right? That's like how that's how shapes can inform someone about your personality as well as how that it's an artistic thing. Please, I think you understand that already. So that's the reason why he comes out as scary. But then this thought came into my head, it's like, why don't you just dress differently? It's as simple as that. You don't have to dress how you do. You can dress to specifically defang that scary image of you if you really care about that. If you're so concerned about people being worried that you're scary, then why don't you wear like a teddy bear shirt? I know that might not be something that you would like to wear, but that's an idea, right? That concept of you can choose the image to some degree of how you want to portray yourself by simply doing one thing, and that's just changing how you wear things. And obviously that comes into some certain obstacles, right? I don't want to wear a skirt, or I don't want to wear this shirt, and that's fine. But there is a way to somewhat mitigate negative perceptions of you if you choose to do so. I'm not referencing Toradora. It's something else that I'm reading.
大丈夫ですって。取って食ったりなんかしませんからね。
Yeah, or control your body language.
いや、ちょっと。
さてと。先輩にここに来てもらった理由、わかりますか?
To kill me. Wait, really? God, man, there's so many of these now. Okay, your choice. Positive or negative. You know what? I vote negative first. Not even gonna give you a chance. We'll go positive afterwards.
心当たりないです?
どっちの姿が本当の彼女なんだろう。一体何を？
実は先輩の家を調べさせてもらいました。
Okay, I hope he didn't check under the bed.
なんだって？一体いつの間に？いや、それよりどうやって中に？
Actually, he sleeps on a futon, so that wouldn't really work in this case. But anyway.
それについてはこちらのお二人に協力してもらっちまったんですな。これが。
Serica, did you look under my futon? Did you look? Why are you here?
なんで？っていうかクルス、何やってるんだよ。安静にしてないと。
はい、ストップ。そんなこと今はいいんですって。それより先輩の家を捜索してヤバい秘密を突き止めちゃいましてね。
Oh, did you find my Dakimakura? I have one.
は？ヤバい秘密って一体。
Buddy. Oh man. Oh bullshit, you can't think of a single thing.
あれ？わかりません？あなた、大変なものを集める趣味がおありのようで。
言いたいことがあるなら、はっきり言ったらどうですか?
Okay. On the bright side, these delusions, just think of them as practice, because I'm pretty damn sure we'll have to actually practice this in the future.
ふん、これですよ、これ。
Magazines out of her bag and threw them on the desk. What? Okay. I mean, you could have thrown something else that was a little bit more incriminating. That's like People's Magazine. Oh shit! How did you know? I read People's Magazine.
ようやく事態を把握しましたか。宮代先輩、その雑誌名を言ってみてください。言いなさい。
クールキャットプレス。
Worse than porn.
なぜこれを。
宮代先輩の人となりを調査するためです。
クールキャットプレスは関係ないだろ。
あります。大ありですよ。宮代先輩の性癖を把握する上で重要な証拠です。
Okay, you're really thinking. Just because I read People's Magazine doesn't mean you can figure out why. Okay, go on, please.
僕の性癖を知ってどうするつもりだ。いや、誤解しないでほしいんですけど、クールキャットプレスを買っているのは性的な欲求のためじゃなくてですね、むしろサブカル関連の情報を得るためと言いますか。
言い訳は見苦しいですよ。
本当だって。なあ、尾上クルス、信じてくれるよな。そんな、どうして。
自分の行いについて冷静に思い返してみたらどうです？宮代先輩は証拠を残しているんですよ。クールキャットプレスを性的欲求のために買っているんだっていう証拠を。
証拠
？Marked with several stickers? What?
しまっ。
理解しました？
No, I don't get it. Please, tell me more.
いや、その。
Okay, so he specifically marked certain pages with stickers. Okay, go on.
先輩って几帳面ですよね。あ、そうだ。ちょっと付箋の貼ってあるページに何が書いてあるか読み上げてみましょうか。
No, no, please, please.
尾上さんとクルス先輩にも協力してもらって。
はあ？なんで
面白そうだからに決まってるじゃないですか。新しいキッス感覚の旅に出る。
Go on.
はは、キッスに興味がおありですか。
So, what's wrong with that? Okay, what?
次。2回目のデートでお持ち帰り必勝法。
Look, I want to play video games with the love of my life. What's wrong with that?
そもそも1回目のデートすらしたことないだろみたいなツッコミ欲しいですか？驚異のこたつマジックで女の子は好きだらけ。こたつで落とせ。
What's a kotatsu? I'm looking it up. Give me a second. Kotatsu. Kotatsu. Table? Is it the warmer thingy? Oh, that's a kotatsu. Okay. So, what's wrong with a warming table? It gets cold.
こたつ？
I actually freeze easily.
はい。じゃあ次は尾上さん。 んで。
Okay, I'll do it. Let me see. An encyclopedia of a girl's pleasure. Okay, I can't think of a way to explain this one. Give me a second. Damn, she got me good. I'm having trouble with this one. Give me a moment. I'll figure some bullshit out, okay? I'm really concerned about
ツボ？指圧師でも目指すつもりですか？夢があっていいですね。はい、次。
I really want to know where girls go to have fun. That's a good one. Alright, I lost on one. If you tell a girl to come see the sea with you, she'll agree. Dude, what's wrong with that? That's so much easier than the last one. Okay, look. I really like the beach. I haven't been to the beach in a long time. And I love sightseeing. And so, seeing the sea is like opening my eyes. I think everyone can agree that the beach is the place to be, right? Right, there we go. Easy mode.
海っすか。ついてかないですよ。はい。じゃあ次はクルス先輩。
Okay, go on. I want to practice this. I'm actually interested now. What? I gave ways to bullshit through this. We're good.
学校内恋愛の落とし穴。別れた後に気をつけろ。
The hidden pitfalls of a school love. Take care after a breakup. That's easy. Look, I'm a person who really cares about relationships. And I think one of the things that isn't talked about a lot is not just the relationship, right? We get a lot of that in romantic stories and movies and books, in magazines. But how do you handle a breakup, right? What if I get there and one of the most important things of a relationship isn't covered? How do you handle a breakup? I want to know how to handle that. See, easy mode. It's actually true too. Like how you handle a breakup takes time and maturity, if you ask me. Like, you know, some relationships just don't work. And it's not because you are a bad person or they are a bad person. It's just you don't sync up. That's perfectly fine.
付き合う前から別れた後の心配っすか。まず女子と付き合えるかどうかを心配しましょうよ。
もう許して。
じゃ、そろそろ最後。
Oh, the last one? Okay, how hard is this one? The pleasure spots one was pretty difficult,
振ら
actually.
れた時に聴きたいバラードトップ10。
Top 10 ballads to listen to when you've been... easy mode. Easy. So, my concern for breakups have me concerned about mental health. And so I like listening to music that informs me about how to handle that. Not just romantic ballads, right? How about, like, what's it like to feel love or to lose love? It's something that is very popular in, you know, pop culture. And being invested in pop culture, I'm very interested in knowing how people perceive love. There! Done! I got every single one except one!
振られた時って、最初から負け戦想定してるんですか？それとも、振られて落ち込んでる俺かっこいいみたいな中二な妄想ですか？
Man, Oh, God, I wish I had a solution for the pleasure spots ones. I'm like, what the fuck?
恥ずかしい。
もうやめてくれ
All right. That was draining. That was tough. All right. Now I'm curious about the positive one.
Yeah.
心当たりない。
どっちの姿が本当の彼女なんだろ
う。宮代先輩っていい声してますよね。
そうですか。
実は私昔から声フェチなんですよ。
Is that a thing? Can you? A voice fetish? You know what? Why not? I mean, if it's... I'm pretty sure if you can think of it, it probably can be a thing. I have a fetish for dictionary books. I just love it when girls read dictionaries. I don't know why. Yeah, that's my thing. That's my fetish.
宮代先輩の声って十分腐女子の干渉に耐えられるクオリティだと思うんです。
People learning better vocabulary? Oh, that turns me on. Gets me hot and ruffled. Your voice's quality definitely lives up to my standards. Wow, thank you. I'm flattered. I appreciate that. Wow.
そうかな。
マニアックな私が言うんですから、そうですって。というわけで先輩、今からここで私のためだけに朗読してください。
Yeah, sure. Why not? Go for it.
朗読ですか。
はい、文芸部の活動の一環でもあるんですけど、宮代先輩にぜひとも。
何を読めばいいんですか。
ですねそれは
Please don't be yaoi.
じゃじゃーん、これを。
Oh, you look kind of a vampire. Your fangs are really strong. It looks like a normal student notebook. Okay, no problem there. Oh god, what is it? I was only on the first page, and and already I was looking on a whole different world. Okay, sure. Oh my, are you fucking kidding? Two pretty boys drawn in the style of a girl's manga were holding each other mostly naked. It was drawn in pencil, and the illustration wasn't that great. And there was even a dialogue bubble. Pierce me with your Excalibur.
これは
I don't understand. Did Arimura draw this?
これ私が文芸部で本を作る時用のネタ帳なんですけどね。やっぱ実際に男子に声に出してもらった方がイメージ湧くでしょ。
Is this torture? Do you understand what you're doing?
いや、そんなの僕には。
お願いします。
Oh god, you're too cute. Yeah, I guess so.
無理です。
どうしてもダメですか？私こんなこと他に頼める男子がいなくて。
No one else? Are you sure?
女子の友達は多いんですけどね。男子ってちょっと苦手だったりしちゃったり。
I don't believe it. Not for a second. You're too charming.
でも先輩が嫌なら無理強いはできないですよね。
有村さん。
Oh, you clipped it? Why?
わかりました。少しだけなら。
本当ですか？ありがとうございます。
Man, what if she is actually a vampire? You know, the vampire that sparkles in the twilight. That kind.
で、どこを読めば？
The worst kind.
最初からおなしゃす。
What?
最初から？
You know, I never actually... Not that I want to, but I never actually focused and tried to read Twilight or... What do you call it? The other one? 50 Shades of Grey? I heard that they're really bad forms of literature. They're not written well whatsoever, but I don't actually know. I did have to watch the Twilight movie, though. That was kind of interesting. I was actually kind of offended, but... You know... There's this ongoing thing, though, about how... I'm not sure how to describe it, but it's the degradation of female fans' passion. There we go. And I don't fully understand it. I read an article about it, and I read literature about it, but it's something about how there's some type of historical connotation. No, I'll try that again. There's some type of connection between female fanaticism going to an image of the female fan of the... What do you call them again? Yesterday... The Beatles, there we go. And how that influences modern-day perceptions of female fans. And I don't know if that is a good enough argument, but it's something that I find interesting. So, to dumb down what I'm saying, female fan stereotypes connect to female fans of the Beatles, and by doing so, female fans are less how do I describe this one? They're less likely to be taken seriously than male fans. Because, for example, male fans of, like, I don't know, freaking comic books, right? Comic books have been turned into movies. And even if you think, like, comic books are nerd culture, and nerd culture is, yeah, boring, right? The fact that they've been turned into movies make them mainstream. And by making them mainstream, you open it up to a bigger populace. And so, if you think, blah, comic books are for nerds, but you like the movies off of comic books, there's that discrepancy, that gap, right? So are you calling yourself a nerd that you like a comic book movie? And you can't do that unless you really want to. That'd be weird, right? There's that kind of, like, strange combo there that you have to resolve in your head. But that's not the case with, like, female fan stuff. I'm trying to think of even one example in which something that is dominated by female fan culture has become mainstream and it was accepted. In my opinion, comic books are an example of that, where it's been accepted by mainstream culture and you don't, like, degrade comic book movies unless there's a bad movie, right? I want to say Twilight has had really bad stereotypes in terms of influencing that image of female fans, but I can't think of a single positive one. No, seriously, I can't think of a single one. Anyway, we're back to Yaoi. Oh god, why?
そのまま僕に突き刺して、君のエクスカリバー。
Okay. If you're wondering why I'm doing this, it's because I'm going to record this later. Okay, that's going to be added to the soundboard. All right. Is she jittering? Wow. Why?
もういいよね。
ああ、ちょっと待って。次のページもお願いできませんか？ささ。
お前のアイスキャンディー、 俺の中でとろけさせてくれよ。そのまま僕に突き刺して、君のエクスカリバ
ー。Wow, what a line.
Yes, yes.
This character is filled of lines that I need. Okay, one more, sorry. Fuck. Wow, 2 lines from her already.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so I have 2 lines I'm going to be recording for later.
Yeah, やめろよ。この鬼畜巨根野郎。
People will never say this in real life. You know, this isn't about real literature. This is just a... Would she be insulted if I said this is just porn? I'm glad you enjoyed this, though. For some reason, I'm particularly interested in the fact that you enjoy this. I don't get that. Well, I don't understand. Thanks, I guess. Honestly, if I were in the MC's position, I would. This is kind of fun. Okay, that kind of depends on what's the next line. Okay, never mind. Take that back. I said no. Career as a voice actor in gay porn for girls began. It really is porn. Wow. Man, if that really happened, my perception of you would completely change. Okay, anyway. Please, let's move on with the real story. That was interesting. Wow.
You
know, now I kind of wonder how embarrassing. You know, here's the thing, though. If you're a professional voice actor and you get a role like that, you're getting paid. So you have to get used to it. Yeah, but I still kind of wonder, like, how do they feel? No, like, really. So, how was your job voice acting this porn game?
僕も聞きたかったんですけど、あの事件の。
何のことですか?
Oh, getting hurt's the best. Ugh! Oop! Oh!
I 今さらとぼけたって無駄だと思います。あの現場に君がいたことは確かなんです。君はどうしてあそこにいたんですか?
I mean, it's a fair question. I'm kind of wondering about that too.
なんか先輩刑事さんみたいっすね。
くそ、なんだよこの子。
あの人は古い友人で時々ああして会っていろいろと話を聞いてただけっすよ。
The detective person?
だから先輩が思ってるような関係じゃないですから、残念でした。
は？
お、とぼけますか？あんなところで落ち合ってたんだからエッチな想像してたんでしょ。もう男子ってみんなそうですよね。やらしい。
That was the most unlikely option, but you brought it up, so no.
いや、違う、そうじゃなくて。
またまた、こんなところに連れてきたから本当はちょっと期待してたんでしょ。でしょ。
I mean, if you could see into my head, the answer would be no.
だからそういうのじゃなくて。僕はただ純粋にその。え？
私が先輩をここに連れてきたのは宮代先輩のことが知りたくなったからです。
僕のことが？
Me?
というわけで、だからそんなに警戒しちゃ嫌ですよ。これ手伝ってほしいだけですから。
Wait, what are you doing? A huge stack of papers?
そのこれって？
今からこれ製本するんで手伝ってください。
Oh, you just want me to help you? Every single girl today just wants me to help them work and make it easier.
いやー、友達に頼まれちゃって。ほら、私って頼まれると断れないタイプじゃないですか。
待ってください。どうして君が頼まれたことに僕が借り出されなきゃいけないんですか？
You're not seriously gonna say I'm your friend, right?
交換条件で学食の食券2週間分くれるって言うんですもん。
Yo, you gonna split it with me?
だからそれにどうして僕が。
愚問な。そんなの2人でやった方が早いからに決まってるじゃないですか。
Yeah, but I'm helping you for no reason.
いや、全然理由になって。
まあまあ細けいことはいいんですよ。まずはこっちのページから折っていきますよ。ほらほら、口を動かす前に手を動かす人になりましょう。
Nah. I mean, if you're here for Death Row to Canada, trust me, I want to keep playing that game. It's really fun. But I have to do this for a little bit of work, actually. And two, I'm actually enjoying this visual novel. What's my job?
もうすぐ復興祭っすね。
Oh, I write for a anime and game website. Very recently, a friend actually told me that ANN, which is Anime News Network, it's pretty big if you're into anime whatsoever, is opening up positions. I don't work for ANN. I'm saying that I want to join them. And one of the things they brought up was they're looking for an editorial columnist, I think is what they call it. So I'll be applying for that. They also have an opening for a game reviewer on there, and I 100% fit that description. But I don't want to do that.
そうですね。
So I like writing about TV shows, movies,
やりにくいな。
and games, right? It's actually really fun. If you really love writing, it's something that I suggest that you can try doing.
何がですか?
And fortunately, or maybe unfortunately, journalists in hobby professions for anime and games, depending on where you go, it isn't that hard to get into that position, at least in my opinion. So, if you want to give it a shot and you want to improve your writing, then go for it.
それっすよ、それ。後輩なんだから敬語はいらないって言ってるじゃないですか。
そうですよね。
Yeah, sure. Give me one. I have some articles, not all of which I'm proud of, unfortunately, but it is... I mean, do you want me to link an article? So this is owned by a Japanese company, and they're trying to spread out into the Western Hemisphere, obviously. So they have an English website, which is the one I linked to you. They have a Spanish website. They have the Japanese version of their website, I believe. They have multiple other websites as well. It's an interesting thing, I guess. Let me see. If you want to see what I've written. Okay, hang on. I have this thing way too close. There we go. They did change the front page? They might have. That's kind of funky. I can't seem to find the normal categories. Yeah, that's a little bit funky. I wonder why that's the case. Hang on, let me go ahead and take a step back. But yeah, I'm mainly there for the gaming part of the website. I don't generally write about anime, but I would like to. But it's different per company, right? What you can write and what is there. That's my Blue Reflection article. There's some grammar errors, unfortunately. If I can go back and fix it, I would, but I don't want to bother my editor. And the most recent thing I wrote about was closers. So if you're wondering, man, I feel really bad that I've been missing out on like, I'm not sure how to describe it. So I care about writing a lot, and the fact that I miss like grammar errors always bothers me.
まあ、いっか。そのうちおいおい後々後々ってことで。
It's really small things though. It's like, doppelganger is one word, and on one part of the article, I just forgot to make it one word.
で、何の話でしたっけ?
Or in certain sections of the article, I'm like, oh, I deleted this section, I forgot to double check what was messed up because I deleted it. Things like that.
そうそう、思い出した。復興祭。復興祭って言えば、校庭にあるあの風鈴の飾り。先輩、なんて書きました？
ああいうの好きじゃ。
え？
いや、なんでも。僕それ書いてないです。言われたの忘れてて。
Step back. What's happening here? I remember. That's right. The Restoration Festival. Speaking of that, you know those wind chimes in the yard? What did you write on yours? Ah, that's it.
なんすかそれ。協調性ないですな。でも、そっか。その手があったか。私もそうすればよかったかもな。
有村さんはなんて？
知りたいっすか？
いや、まあ。
私はね秘密です。乙女の秘密は高いのですよ。
What? Yeah, exactly. I've never heard that described that way before. Oh, is she asking me to buy her food or something? To know about? You know, there has been times where, like, if I can get more information about something, or just to talk to someone, I wouldn't mind buying them food. There's a lot of people that are interesting to talk to, you know? Also the fact that I just want to know more about subjects. Wouldn't you want to do that one day? Like, you just walk into a restaurant and say, hey, I'll pay for your food. Could I hear more about what you think about this? Am I the only one who ever thinks that? That's how I feel.
よし、できた。
え？
ちょっと先輩、まだ終わってないんすか？遅い。
ごめんなさい。
しょうがない。私が手伝ってあげるんで、半分貸してください。
ありがとう。
Yeah, exactly. You're doing her work for her.
よし、できた。
Yeah, that's true. Not everyone's information is worth a dinner. But, like, imagine if you could ask anyone in the world for the cost of one dinner, you know, a little bit about their life. Like, for example, I would be interested in talking to... I mean, this is an easy one. I'll be interested in talking to the director of a movie. And I'll be like, here, food. Tell me more about what you're thinking. You know, that'd be cool. That's really interesting to me. Or maybe a writer. How about the writer of Kino's Journey? I'll be like, here, some food. Would it be alright if I just ask you a few questions? Things like that. But would you say yes if you were the person on the other side? Probably not, right? That comes off as really strange. How often do you know... how often does someone just walk up to you randomly at a diner and say, here, I'll buy your food. Is it okay if I ask you a few questions? That seems really strange. I've never done that before, but I've always thought about it.
先輩のおかげで思ったより早く終わりました。グラッチェグラッチェ。
But then, after that, it becomes about how you frame your motive, right? So, hey, I'm gonna buy you some food. If that's okay with you, I would actually like to do that. I know this is kind of strange, but I was really wanting to ask you a question about this. For me, I have an easy way in, right? I'm a reporter. I work for this website, and I'm interested about this question that you seem to be talking about. If it's perfectly fine with you, and you're willing, would it be okay if I buy your food and I can, you know, hear your opinion about this subject? That seems really sincere. But at the same time, you're doing something really awkward. Isn't socially normal whatsoever.
それで完成したこれはどこへ？
ああ、いいっすいいっす。それは取りに来てもらいますから。
そう。それじゃあ僕はここで。
あ、先輩、ちょい待ちです。
え？
明日、渡部さんとの対談ありますよね。
うん、ありますけど。
友達もみんな噂してますよ。今や先輩は注目の的。で、お願いがあるんですけど。
何ですか？
その対談の時に、あのスクープの元になった画像、どうやって撮ったか聞いてくれませんか？
Interesting. Why?
渡部さんの記事に貼ってあったあの画像のことです。
That's right. That's a fake sticker. Oh! Maybe he put the sticker there.
どうしてそんなことを？
まあまあいいじゃないですか。細かいことは気にしない。明るく楽しくいきましょうよ。
Anyway, hang on. I will be right back in just a moment, okay? I want to get a little bit of water.
だけど。
わかった、わかりました。じゃあこれあげますから、ひなえちゃんとの約束。
Okay, so what's her motive? What do you put? What?
あ、ちょっと。
じゃ、助かりました。アディオスグラッシャー。
Are you just spamming random words? Adios, gracias? Well, I guess that kind of works. See you later. Thank you. Adios, gracias? Is that normal? Okay, almost the day of the murder. Shinjo, huh? Okay. Took out a picture of the face of a man who stabbed Kurusu, then showed it to Kuno-sat. Okay, what?
そちらの読み通り、こいつと病院に入院していた例のイラストレーターとはつながりがあった。
Okay. We're getting somewhere.
同じ高校の同級生だ。一時は原作と絵を2人で分担して共同のペンネームで漫画を描いていたこともあるらしい。
The person in the hospital was that old? Really? I didn't think so.
そいつらが一連の猟奇殺人の犯人だという可能性は、アリバイはあるのか？
We didn't actually see the person in the hospital. That was a delusion, so... Okay. There's a chance these two were behind the murders. Did they have an alibi?
2人とも1年ほど前から病室もしくは部屋に引きこもりだ。イラストレーターの方は病院の監視カメラにもその記録が残ってる。壁砲の生徒を刺した男の方は家族の証言に頼るしかないが、警察に駆けつけてきた時、
私です。
That sounds like... Yeah, exactly. It sounds like Arimura.
ごねるつもりか、それとも報告か。
Oh, so they're working together.
どっちだ？
I mean, that makes sense. She's working with a detective, right? Well, forced to work with.
そういうところが。
どっちなんだ？
伝えました。これでいいんですよね。
よし。明日は当然お前も立ち会え。直接だ。出なければ意味がない。
こういうのやめてもらえませんか？いろいろめんどくさいんです。私はあなた方に協力する気は。
どうした？続けろ。
今のは有村さんだろう。こちらに無断で進めるのはやめてくれないか。
代替案のない批判は誹謗に過ぎないし、誹謗は暇人か無能であることの証明だぞ。続けろ。
お前な。どこまで話したんだった？
壁砲の生徒を刺した男の家族の証言。
ああ、男の家族が警察に駆けつけてきた時の第一声は、息子が人を刺すなんてありえないではなく、息子が外出するなんてありえないだったそうだ。
Okay, that's actually really interesting. So he was a NEET, maybe?
猟奇殺人が起こった日も絶対に家から出ていないと言っている。
その証言信用してもいいとは思うな。男の作っているイカれたページが事件のあった時刻に更新されているし。
So I guess the question is, this is What? So a guy who's stuck in his room all the time stabbed one of my friends. Possibly not connected to the murders? Okay, fine. So if they're not a murderer, I'm fine with that. I understand. What compelled him to leave? And is it because we entered that area with a bunch of stickers? Maybe. That's too fanatical though. But at the same time, maybe he is a fanatic.
まあ、それが偽装と言い切れなくもないが、精神鑑定は？
相変わらず救世主がどうのこうのと繰り返している。
メガロマニアか。イラストレーターは2007年頃何をしていた
？2007年はまだ地方だ。九州だな。
確かか。
ああ、2008年末に東京に越してきて、その時高校で傷害の犯人と一緒になった。
なるほど。当てが外れたな。釣れたのは結局結界説なんかの妄想に逃げ込む奴らだけか。
Give me a second, I'm thinking. So she's saying that these two people, the illustrator of the sumo stickers and the person who stabbed my friend, are not part of the actual major murders that are happening right now. They're just people who just happen to believe that the stickers are a barrier to protecting against ill will. That's it.
Kekyoku, そいつらは猟奇殺人に関しては白だったか。単なる歴史シールの模倣犯の可能性が高いな。
模倣犯？
Really?
アリバイが確立している以上、まあある程度だが、事件との直接のつながりは薄い。間接的につながるとしたら、歴史シールに関することだけ。
That's kind of a big deal. Sorry, I'm kind of eating at the same time. So what she's saying, this is the most important thing. What she's saying is that the stickers, the original artist of the stickers, is irrelevant to the actual murders. So, how do I explain this one? This person who is killing people, or it's not person, people, the people who are killing others, right? They have, for some reason, chosen to steal the artist's sumo stickers and use that as their, so to speak, calling card. I'll call it a calling card for the time being. And I don't know why. So the guy who stabbed my friend was a person who updated that blog. The one about what the sumo stickers actually means, right? And the reason why he actually knew was because he actually is friends with the person who made them. They both had time in high school together, so that makes sense. They're irrelevant to the entire mystery of this novel. So why does that matter? Okay, so why does that matter? So these people who are going around killing people, for some reason, took these stickers. I don't get it. Why would you want those stickers? And they put it everywhere, especially where the murders happen. That's it. That's it. Why would you want those stickers? Besides being a calling card. Okay, we'll move forward. We'll get from there.
原作と絵に分かれていたということは、絵を描くのはイラストレーターの方だったんだろう。歴史シールが最初に発見されたのは2007年頃の東京だ。が、漫画で芽が出ず、承認欲から悪ふざけで歴史シールの作者を名乗り、お互いに精神を病んで。
Okay. So they're fakes. That means the original artist in the hospital is an original artist. So that makes more sense now. So she copied the original sumo stickers, which means that whoever this group is that's killing people, the real one has made the sumo stickers. Okay.
片方は持ち前の画力を生かして歴史シールに取り憑かれ、もう片方は 物語でも書いているつもりでそれを妄想のネタにした。無論確証のない推測だが、どの道すぐにわかる。それよりもAH 東京総合病院か。
Sorry, what? Something about that hospital being related to a religious organization.
俺は正直半信半疑だぞ。こんないたずら書きみたいなシールが事件に関係しているなんて。
なら安心しろ。明日は別口だ。
これは
明日壁報の新聞部と対談を行う渡部の記事だ。
お前が陰で接触して炎上を煽ったあのネット記者か。
ああ。
表情が違ってる。
渡部は今回のこと以外でも様々な現場に潜入しては大量のスクープ画像をものにしている。その数があまりにも多いため、一部の人間が捏造だと言って専門家たちに調査を求めた。渡部は快く応じ、その結果画像には一切改ざんの跡は見られなかった。明日有村に確認させる。もしそうであれば楽しい文化祭になるかもしれないな。
You know, I just realized something. Hang on, let me just drink a little bit of this water because I'm a bit parched. Okay. So I'm thinking about something. It's not really that important. I'm just thinking about the artist of this game. So obviously I recognize Huke's art, because Huke was the artist of Steinscape, was also the original maker of Black Rock Shooter, and I was a big fan of his work for the longest time. That's why I know him. And then he really fit Steinscape, but why didn't they put him for this? Maybe he was just busy? It's probably because the original artist of this game was... Is the original artist of this game the same person? Let me take a look. I'm typing Chaos Head right now. Okay, so I'm gonna draw something on... I'm not drawing anything, I'm just gonna show you a picture. I'm not sure, is this the same artist? Does that look the same? Hang on. But then I realized I never used the cafeteria before, I had no idea how it works. I'm waiting until someone pops up in the picture. Oh, that might be a while. Hang on. same artist they used in the Chaos set, huh? It was just a single line.
本当のことが見つかりますように。
Oh, there we go. Let's take a look.
もう、どこ行ってたの？ずっと探してたんだよ。電話しても繋がらないし。
So is this the same artist? Well, it's already been proven that it's the same artist. Yeah, I guess I can see that. Why was I thinking that? I don't understand.
だからスマホは落としたんだって、お前も知ってるだろ。
そっか。
Maybe I guess their style has slightly developed over all these years, and that's why I was impressed. Also, he or she, I'm not sure if the artist is a male or female, has this thing about drawing kind of elongated? Elongated isn't the correct word. It's more like lengthy? No, lengthy isn't the right word. For now, I'll say skinny types of like biology. He or she draws characters very skinny is the best way I can put that for my lack of knowledge. But it really works for some reason. I don't know how to explain that. Why does it work?
新しいの買った方が良くない？
Well, in the first visual novel, it worked for the main character who was a shut-in, barely got any nutrition. And there's that kind of like...
まあ、そうなんだけどさ。
Alien feel isn't the correct answer. But that's the best way I can describe it. Sucks that my knowledge of art is so bad. I missed that picture. A picture of the family, maybe?
なんでもない。それより何か用か。
そうだった。とにかく大変なんだよ。
だから何が？
だからね、とにかく来て。おかえりなさいませ、ご主人様ケロン。
Oh god. Ugh.
だからオリジナルのゲロカエルは喋らないんだって。
Maybe sickly is the correct word I'm looking for. That sounds kind of insulting though, but it fits. So why do I think that fits? I don't understand.
で、これがどうしたんだ？
なんか壊れちゃったみたいなの、カメラ。
Well, sickly isn't the correct word either. It's like frail. Oh, frail and vulnerable. Oh, that makes more sense. So the reason why I think it works is because of the setting in which things can crumble pretty easily. And so the characters convey that through being a little bit more thin. So they're not as reinforced as, say, like big and buff Kenshiro from Hokuto no Ken. Which means that a setting in which horror is being a major part of it, they can crack it more easily. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Because if I saw Kenshiro in a horror story, I wouldn't be as scared. because he can just punch things and then he's done.
音が出ないんだよ。それでみんな困ってて。
変だな。今朝確認した時にはちゃんと。
The camera's not functioning? Why?
これ誰かが設定いじっただろ。
どうなのかな。
音声出力がスピーカーじゃなくなってる。
Audio output's not set to the speaker anymore. Why would someone fiddle with that? What were you trying to record anyway?
あ、本当だ。
I mean, could you check the video out of curiosity?
皆さん、カメラ直りましたよ。撮影しますね。
Oh, okay. Maybe like a promo video for our class?
じゃあ始めんぞ、カメラっ子。
はい、大丈夫です。どうぞ。
Oh, for anyone who's finished the game or just simply knows, how many chapters is this game? I'm in the 3rd chapter right now. I'm kind of going
じゃあ行く
slow.
ぞ。せーの。
11 chapters. Okay, so I'm about a third of the way through. Or a fourth. You know, so I'll just say a fourth. I'll say it's 12. The later track is really long. Okay. Well, I don't have to finish the game, because I just need to get a basic idea of what the game is like. And then once I know that, I can do the article. I'm not actually doing a review. Someone's already done a review for Chaos Child. It's a different kind of article. It's not analysis either, so I'm perfectly fine not finishing the game.
何がそんなに楽しいんだろうな。
ごめん、間違えた。
Well, I mean, I want to finish the game because I'm interested, but it's different.
もうだからそこは右だって右。お箸持つ方よ、ゲロスケ。わかる？
It's just a recommendation article. Games similar to this.
タク、ダメだよ。顔に出てる。
And for like my own knowledge, I want to finish this visual novel and see what I can learn from it, writing wise.
じゃあお前が代わりにやってくれよ。
タクみたいにかっこよく撮れないもん。
おだてても無駄だぞ。
おだててなんていないよ。
ねえ宮代くん、今までの見れる？
見れますよ。
あれ？ちょっと音が悪くない？
このカメラのマイクって音楽録音用じゃないんだそうです、田中先輩。
Oh, thank you for covering for me. Is that really the case? The mics on the cameras aren't that good for... maybe. Maybe it's not a good camera. I don't actually own a camcorder.
ふーん。ありがとう。あ、そういえばさ、新聞部、ワタヤンと対談するって本当？
ニコニアの渡部さんのことですか？本当ですけど。
I mean, I really wish I could make more characters with the customization of that game, but it's really hard, man.
やっぱマジなの？ちょっと、マジだって。
マジかよ、すげえじゃん。
対談って何すんの？
さあ、よくわかんないんですけど。
え？あの動画のことじゃないの？
てかさ、新聞部っていまいち目立ってないけど、実はすごかったりする？
そんなことは。
つかよ、んなことよりもう一つの噂。お前、あれってマジなん？
I mean, he is a celebrity, so I guess that's the reason why they're going so crazy about it.
え？
川原と殴り合ったって。
Sorry, who?
は？マジで？
No, I don't remember. Who's Kawahara?
あ、そういえば少し腫れてる。
すげえな、宮代。お前喧嘩なんかすんの？
いや、喧嘩ってわけじゃ。
The other student council guy. Oh yeah, he hit me. Well, whatever.
で、あれだろ宮代。川原ってことは女帝と関係あんだろ？
いや、まあそうですけど。
Oh, clarify, buddy.
何それ何それ。もしかしてノノの取り合い？
You know, I actually do want to read Doki Doki Literature Club now.
マジ？かっこいいじゃん。
For probably entirely different reasons than people would expect. Well, no, I've already explained. But I'm curious, like, people say it's written well, and I don't know if that's truly the case whatsoever, right? But it's about knowledge of how writing is done, I guess. So then it's whatever. I don't care. I'll read it myself and I figure it out. Thanks, I guess.
お前な。
気づいた？
何が？
呼び方、カメラっ子から宮代になってたよ。
Actually, I did notice that. Thank you.
宮代くん？
え？
どうしたの？いきなり出てっちゃって。
Yeah, see? Slowly but surely your image is changing. It's a good thing for you.
そのトイレに。
あ、そっか。ごめん。ごめんね。大事な対談とかあるのにダラダラしちゃって。ダンス、次でちゃんと決めるから。
はい、私たちも可愛く撮りますから、頑張ってください。
ありがとう。
Wow, it's like I have an interpreter. Thank you.
田中さん。
You know, I wonder if I would be annoyed by that in real life. Because I would like to have my own voice, but for the main character who can't speak well, I imagine that must be nice.
何？
Yeah, but they're using it in a different way here. It's not just that he can't speak well, it's that she understands him well enough to speak for him. So it's about connecting. Well, I mean, that's not a bad idea.
踊りに使ってる曲の音源、後でもらえますか？
It's like that joke I did with Dacid, bro. How, like... what was the joke again? It was something about, how two good commentators can finish each other's lines. And so we would say dumb lines and finish each other's lines, even though that's not exactly how we would answer. That was fun. I miss that guy, man.
それはいいけど、なんで？
But why? Well, shit, man. Back in college, he was one of my friends that we did a lot of, like, stupid shit together. Now, we lived far away, and we didn't go to the same college, obviously. Dasabro went somewhere and I went to freaking UC Davis. Well, I don't know. Just small things and sharing like activities together was enough to really get close to him. And even though I don't spend time with him anymore, I always think of him fondly.
最初のセリフ以外は踊ってるだけですから、セリフと音楽を別にして映像に重ねます。それで綺麗な音にできると思います。
You know, I wonder why it's the case. Like, I feel it's this. That's a relationship I have with a lot of people, where even though I don't spend time with them anymore, I still think of them fondly. I guess that must be common. I think.
そんなことこれからできるの？ありがとう。じゃあそれで。ごめん。トイレ早く行ってきて。
What? What are you doing? Oh, you're squeezing that. It sounds like a fart. You know that, right? Do I have to tell her? That's killing me, man.
だから何が嬉しいんだよ、お前。
It's like going to random places and hitting a whoopee cushion. Why? Why would you do that?
タクがね、やる気になってるから。
別にそういうわけじゃない。ただ。
I don't think I ever had a school festival. I don't know what that's like. Well, no, that's not true. We had a Rocktoberfest. So during Rocktoberfest for my high school, we would do a bunch of skits in front of the school, actually. And the skits were random shit. I don't recall the theme besides being October related. But I remember dancing Thriller with my teachers. That was fun. I miss those days. I wonder why that was a thing. I think Twitch is having some issues, so if things ended up being where you unfollow, you can follow again. That might be the reason why I'm having trouble seeing older faces. Out of curiosity, Mystica, if you did unfollow, let's say it was completely by error, how did you know that we were live? Did you just randomly pop in? Oh, you weren't getting a notification, so that's a problem. Okay. So that's gonna be a little bit painful, but hey.
勘弁してほしいよな。
何が？
そりゃいくら文化祭だからって何も止まってまで。
お疲れ様。
Thanks. Why are you out of bed? You got stabbed.
クルス？何やってんだよ。怪我は大丈夫なのか？
いやだ。あんまり重病人扱いしないでほしいわね。
Hey man, when I had appendicitis, walking was hard, okay?
重病人扱いも何も重病人だろ。寝てなきゃダメじゃないか。
Okay, I see.
覚えてるのね。気になって少し様子を見に来ただけ。しっかりやってくれてるみたいで、ちょっと安心した。
You know, let me ask you guys a question. This is kind of important. So, you know how she's crossing her hands like that with her fingers? I've noticed that in my conversations, I use my hands a decent amount. So, for example, when I'm thinking, I might, I don't know, scratch my chin or like pose to make it very obvious that I'm thinking about something like I'm doing right now. I'm not even showing the camera, but do you guys do that unconsciously? Or is it something that you do to show an action. So, for example, if I pause and there's nothing being said, right? So, a person asks me a question and I say nothing, but then I would pose to make it obvious that I'm thinking. So there's no like weird, strange pause. Like, why are you not saying anything, right? There's that indication that I'm thinking. Do you do that often? Do you do hand actions to show that you are meaning something?
大丈夫だよ。サボるわけないだろ。
You think you do it unconsciously, huh?
勘弁してくれって言っていたのに？
それは。
So people are saying it's possibly out of habit. So it's not necessarily out of choice. Okay.
はい、これ。
It might be a mix. Okay. So the reason why I'm asking is I want to know how much to read into body language like that. Like, usually I don't put much emphasis on body language if I can. Sometimes it's a really clear indicator that someone, well, for a starter, doesn't like you, as an example, right? So if like they rear back when you get close to them, that would be a pretty clear indicator of body language. I'm like, wow, I guess you really don't like me, right? But for things where you control, like hand movements, right? I'm not talking sign language, I'm talking like hand on chin, where you can display thoughts and actions. I haven't read much about that, actually.
お弁当。あなたのことだから、どうせご飯もちゃんと食べてないんでしょ？
作ってきたのか？
おにぎりくらいだけどね。
So it's conscious, unconscious body language. Let's see. I'd be explaining things and my hands would act like they're showing different items and examples. Weird habit. Cole, just out of curiosity, do you work as a, how do I describe it? Are you a service industry worker? So like at a restaurant, or do you do things like sell things?
"バランスとか全然で悪いけど。どうしたの？
いや、いただきます。
Borderline neat? Well, don't worry about it, man. I can definitely say I understand.
ねえ、今日のこと聞いてもいい？
Oh yeah, that's right. We haven't interviewed anyone yet. I guess it's the day. It's tomorrow, isn't it? Yeah, the 10th. That makes sense.
今日一日何があったのか知りたいの。朝から何があって、あなたがどういうことをしていたのか。
生徒会の手伝いだよ。知ってるだろ。
具体的に聞きたいのよ。あなたの口から直接。
Well, I mean, so one of the ways for me to feel a little less bad about being a NEET was that I treated it like being a hermit. So hermits have a kind of specific kind of image and I guess connotation. So if you're a hermit in the woods, what would you think about that person? I was going to ask you that question right now. If someone's a hermit in the woods, what do you think?
和樹の手伝いをした。
和樹の？
うん。クラスの展示に使うパーツを運んでほしいって。
そう。和樹喜んでた？
多分。ああ、そういえばスルメくれた。
そう。他には？
有村さんに知らないクラスのパンフレット作りを手伝わされた。
有村さん?
Okay, so all the descriptions make sense. Self-sufficient. I mean, he lives in the woods, so he has to hunt for himself or get food somehow, right? Kind of strange? Yeah, sure. Cut off from everything? Yep, he's away from society. Borderline neat. Yeah, and hermit has that connotation too, right? They isolate themselves, possibly for religious reasons, but also for like knowledge and being connected to the nature, right? So that's a change. That's what I'm telling you right now. That I want to say the connotation of neat is negative, so I changed my perspective of myself to hermit instead, right? As in, I specifically stayed away from society to possibly better myself. That idea is like, you are being in nature, as an example, right? To possibly gain knowledge. That's the kind of idea in Hermit in the Woods. Anyway, that's how I handled things. As in, my time away from doing education, like going to school, or doing a job, right, was not wasted because I was so interested in learning about new things. And so I would focus about that over and over. And because of my time away from work and my time away from education, I was able to focus on things that I cared about. And so it had it had its own benefits, something that not everyone has the luxury of doing. And so even though neat might have a negative connotation society-wise, right, you can change that for you at the very least in your head, where you treat it as an opportunity. Because some people, right, when you're really exhausted from work and you feel that you're stifled by lack of opportunity, you would want a break, a vacation. That's understandable. So you can kind of like refresh yourselves or try new things. And so being a neat, even though it has a negative connotation, has an opportunity in it too. And that is, finding out things for yourself. So that's what I would recommend for you if you want to change that. Sure, you feel comfortable in it, but I think you probably realize that you can't stay a neat forever. It's a unfortunate social burden, right? But it comes with opportunities, and if you take them, then they'll go somewhere. Like how I started reading more because I had more time, or how I became interested in like different hobbies, and those hobbies are influential to my job, actually. Things like that. Or how I read about like psychology or relationships and things like that, because it's interesting to me. Just, your hobbies can have its own benefits. Even gaming has its own benefits.
大丈夫だよ。本当にパンフを作らされただけだから。
そう。それだけなのね。
Yeah. And I understand that not everyone pursues endeavors in art, so writing and drawing as an example, but even if you don't intend to be an artist or a writer, kind of partaking in that, I think, is a good way of meditating, and that's one way of putting it. Yeah, so when I write, I think. That's not surprising. When a person draws, they think. And how they think can influence their decisions because you're partaking in a different type of, like, hemisphere of your brain. Yeah. But also, it's about... For me, it's about putting words on a page so people can understand. So when I write, it's not just me putting down information. It's putting down information in a way that people can understand. And doing that creatively and correctly, or well, takes creativity, and it takes, organization of thoughts. And so, writing can benefit people, even if you're not interested in being a writer.
それで他には？あなたのクラスはどうなの？ゲロカエルン喫茶だったかしら？
ああ、それはなんとか形になったみたいだけど。
あなたが映像の担当なんでしょ？
もうほとんど終わってて、残りは明日の朝。映像はもうできてるから、それに音楽を載せるだけなんだ。
You know, I never knew that MH stood for Monster Hunter in your name. It's like how I never knew Lord Knight was a Fire Emblem fan. Because, so what? I don't know, that name could be made if you're a Chuny. Nah, I'm not saying Lord Knight is a Chuny. I'm just saying I had no idea that he was a Fire Emblem fan, because he never really came off that way to me.
朝で間に合うの？
十分だろ。
It's like when people mistake my name for me being a fan of, like, Mario. And I'm like, no, I fucking hate Mario.
でも、今日は泊まり込みになるんでしょ？
毎年、こんなに忙しかったのか？文化祭って。
まあね。でも今年は特別。復興祭も近いし、初めての3学年揃っての文化祭だから。
そっか。
Oh, wow.
もう一日中バタバタしすぎて、わけがわかんなかったよ。
So it's their first year in which they actually have a fully functional school. Like everything's normal. Wow, the architecture of this place is amazing. I just realized that. And also, I just realized that if they rebuilt Shibuya all on their own, things must be really, well, modern for one, but also very clean, right? Because you don't have all those years of build-up and everything. AKA, if I were to live in the city, I wouldn't mind it.
何?
Well, minus the murders.
それで？それで、あなたはどう感じたの？
大変だったよ。
それだけ？
This guy's kind of lucky. He has people close to him that understand him enough.
あのさ。
What a luxury. No, seriously.
うちのクラスとか、結構いいやつもいた。
Because people can definitely live their lives without having close enough relationships like this.
そうなんだ。
うん。明日の渡部との対談、楽しみにしてるって。
そう。
あと、カメラっ子って言っていたやつが、宮代って。
うん。どう？タクル。
何が？
事件なんか追わなくても結構楽しいものでしょ？
それは。
タクル、帰ってくる気にはなれない？父さんもユイもユウトもそれを望んでる。特にユイがね、あなたがお風呂掃除をしていなかったってうるさいの。
Well, I'm never going home now. You can screw that bathtub. I don't want it.
タクル、もう事件なんか追わないって約束して帰ってきなさい。手伝ってほしいことたくさんあるの。
Because technically, saying yes here means he just goes back to a normal lifestyle. What would make him not take that? Like, logically. No, seriously, I can't think of one.
タクル
ごちそうさま。
Okay, well, he doesn't have to go back home, right? Just don't do the case anymore. What's wrong?
わかった。考えてみるよ。
そうよかった
But obviously, that's not going to be the case, given how things are going to be going pretty soon. Sorry, what?
クルス。
Okay, so not using the murder that's most likely going to happen tomorrow. Why would he not drop the case? Yeah, root double.
おい、クルス。
平気大丈夫
Oh, right. Arimura says he's going to die. I forgot about that one. Really important there.
大丈夫じゃないだろ。
ごめんなさい
とにかく帰るんだ。タクシー呼ぶから。青葉院までお願いします。
タクルさっきのこと考えておいて
Huh, that's a nice cool emblem.
タクルありがとう
何が
何がだろうね
あ、そうだ、ユイ。あ、宮代？え？川原くん。何かあったのか？あ、いや、そうじゃありませんけど。
Wait, he's not informed?
そうか。
I guess they want to keep that on a down low. I mean, do you want to let everyone know that she got stabbed?
ほら。
What did you throw at me? A can of coffee. Oh, okay.
飲めよ。いや、でも泊まり込みになるからな。
You know what? He's right. I'll get some coffee. Because I'm going to keep reading this until chapter 4 at the very least. I figure 2 chapters a day would probably be a good idea. So, chapter 4 tomorrow. I'll be chapter 6 the next day. And then at the very night, I will have... What do you call it again? Closers, right? So I'll be halfway through the game. Which will give me a pretty clear indication of what this game is about, I would say. I mean, even without that, I can already tell you what Chaos Child's about. Coffee. Why not coffee? An optimistic speed? So here's the thing. Generally, I read visual novels a lot faster than how I'm showing you right now on stream. So worst case scenario, I'll not stream it and I'll just read it on my own. But I don't know. It's kind of fun. I have a luxury of time for once. I don't have to go crazy waiting. Or not waiting, like rushing. There we go, rushing and rushing. Anyway, I'll get some coffee. I'll be right back. Okay, so what do I want to do? First, I want to hit chapter 4. Once I hit chapter 4, I want to go to Canada. Canada is my favorite place. Canada is where hope is. Away from the zombies. Away from dangerous civilization, man. Canada, with their wilderness and amazing moose and their beavers. I've always wanted to go there. Anyway, yeah, I really like Death Road to Canada. I think about it almost every single moment. Nah, not that much. I think about it though.
Domo.
Oh man. Oh, Canada also has Kazuma. Don't forget that run last night was something painful.
クルスが来れないって分かった時はどうなるかと思ったけど、なんとか形になりそうだな。
うん。
悪かったな。
いえ、悪かったのは僕ですから。
あの日の次の朝、クルスから電話があったんだ。できればお前に謝ってほしいっつってな。
そんなの気にすることないですよ。
まあな、そりゃそうなんだけどよ。癖かもな。小学生の時からあいつは委員長っつうか、いつもリーダーみたいなことやってたからな。
小学生の時からあんなだったんですか。
とにかく面倒見が良くてな。みんなあいつのこと好きだったよ。特に俺とあともう一人。地震で死んじまったけど、南沢ってやつはいつもクルスと一緒にいた。知ってるか？あいつ小学校の頃は毎年リレーの選手だったんだぜ。
Sorry, what? Yeah, exactly.
あの地震で大怪我してな。今はそうでもないけど、しばらくは歩くのさえ大変そうにしてたんだ。その影響で運動はほとんどしなくなった。一度だけ運動部に誘ったんだが断られたよ。
そうだったんですか。
文化祭盛り上げられるだけ盛り上げようぜ。あいつから任されたんだからな。
Wow, thank you. I'm actually kind of glad that we're not on bad terms right now. We're connecting over someone we both care about. You know, I always had that habit. Whenever the main character, like in a visual novel, is like this, I always say I instead of the main character.
そうか。
Yeah, this is a visual novel. Oh, you finished up Steins Gate? Shit, man. Steins Gate, I'm a huge fan of it. I hope you end up reading Steins Gate 0. Steins Gate 0 is my favorite. Well, I mean, there's only 2, but I prefer that over Steins Gate. I hope you enjoy it. Give it a shot. No, seriously. Tell me what you think. These sumo sticker memes will have you dying. The fuck? Okay, this is... Aggregator. Okay. What's a sumo sticker? A mysterious sticker that started appearing in Shibuya around 2007. No one knows who puts them up or why. They're about 20 centimeters by 15 centimeters with a design like 2 overlapping faces. They have 3 eyes, 2 noses, and 2 mouths. They're called sumo stickers because the faces look like that of a fat man, but no one knows what they really are. And these sumo stickers have made for some terrible memes. Totally sumo. Don't call me a sumo sticker. Call me Mr. Sumo Sticker. Totally sumo. What the fuck? These memes are something else. Okay, hang on. Now I'm getting excited. I slid here. I danced with bad luck. Those who put their feet in the ring have danced with hard luck. What the fuck? Make peace with a sumo sticker, it says. Okay. Oh my god, a Hatsune Miku sumo sticker. There's even Vocalo songs about them. Vocalo, huh? The boss tells me to put the stickers up with a cannon, but sumo stickers. Amazing. This song hit 1 million views only 24 hours after release, due to an article on the sumo stickers published by web journalist Tomoaki Watabe at the same time. Yeah, that's a meme, right? Dank sumo memes.
それじゃあ消すよ。
Yeah. So the funny thing, I still kind of feel bad that I never streamed Steins Gate 0. It affected me a lot. What happened with Steins Gate 0 was the game came out, I bought it from the UK, and I shipped it to my place as soon as it possibly could. And I got there the day of release. I was like, wow. So the day of release, what I did was I went to a shop that sold only beers and wines. Well, you know, alcohol. And then from that shop, I bought champagne. Yeah, I'm serious. I bought champagne to celebrate Steins Gate 0. That's how much I enjoyed the original Steins Gate. I'm serious. But more than that, I knew what Steins Gate 0 was about. And it was about a topic that, you know, I empathize with a lot, actually. And so I bought a champagne bottle. I got a candle. I think I got a candle. I lit it, and you know, I did something really stupid in terms of like taking a picture. So I took a picture of me getting Steins Gate 0, and I spent an entire week reading it. Every single day, I would read it, then go to sleep. Read it, and then go to sleep over and over. I had the luxury of time back then, okay? And a part of me doesn't regret just reading it on my own, because I think reading visual novels is like a personal experience, right? And like breaking away from being immersed is detrimental to understanding themes as well as like getting involved, right? But the one thing I really did regret was not sharing how much I loved Steins Gate 0 with, you know, the FinestKO audience. And maybe one day I'll go back to that. Because
思った以上に暗くなるね。
because like how I think and how I think and how I act are generally the same thing, right? Like I don't want to be like dishonest with how I speak to you, and generally I want to say that's almost always the case. I want to be honest. But how I go about handling things on the mainstream FinestKO and on the after hours stream are different because of how like I'm given extra room to analyze and do things like that. So I wish I could have shared that with people, but you know.
大丈夫か？
多分。じゃあみんなおやすみ。
Yeah, so for this VN, I took the risk of reading it on stream. And there's no gimmicks whatsoever. Normally with VNs, the usual implication is I'll do a gimmick, but I'm not doing this time.
はいよ、おやすみ。
何も見えない。椅子どこ？
No, people are expecting that Steins Gate Zero will not do well as an anime. I'm unsure. Maybe that will be true. But, I guess people say that Steins Gate Zero will not do well because of how it's structured in terms of writing, right? In Steins Gate the original one, there was a main route that led to the true end. But obviously, if you played the game, you know that you can go to branching options. And those branching options don't lead all the way to a different ending. It just goes to a sort of like side story where there's an ending, but you're off the main route. For Steins Gate Zero, you hit a certain scene, which may seem inconsequential, and then how you handle that scene puts you off into two branches, and those two branches branch even further. And it takes a lot of time and how it differs from the original branch, because there is no main route. There is no like trunk that is considered the main route. It's a branching path already, and then from there, it's like, which story do you cover? And it's been a while, but I think how it works is you have to finish every single route, which are completely different, and then you get onto what's considered the true route of Steins Gate Zero.
そこが花ちゃんってことはこっちに。ごめんしんちゃん。
Are we sleeping in the school together?
何が？
I mean, clearly we are.
僕だ、僕。
もうどこがどこだか。なんか落ちた。
もういい。電気。いや、カーテン開けろ、カーテン。
オッケ
ー。That's the most emotional okay I've seen from Serika.
いやー、小指、足の小指ぶつけた。
What? Are we sleeping on cardboard? Ew. Okay.
ねえ、これでも寝られるよね。
Oh, dude, thank you so much, Captain Barbosa, for resubscribing.
こんなことならもう少し片付けておけばよかった。
So, as I said yesterday, a lot of people are resubscribing, and thank you, because I was really worried that everyone would unsubscribe after last month. It gives me, like, new hope.
Na, 好きなやつとかいるの？
え？
Two? Are you talking to me too?
Hmm?
Oh, you mean her. What are you doing here?
何？
お前に聞いてねえよ。女子二人。
What, you could have been asking me.
いいからよ。いるのか？尾上。
私？ みんな好きだよ。
Oh shit, thank you. Not the artist. I appreciate it, man. I have to ask a quick question. It's kind of important. So for the new emotes that we're commissioning, are you guys honestly okay with having 2 more Konosuba emotes? One for Darkness and one for Megumin. If the answer is yes, tell me why. Because we already have a Megumin emote, 2, and we already have a Darkness emote, but they're not our official emotes, yeah?
そういうんじゃなくて。いや、いい。和樹は
I feel like it might be redundant, which is why I'm kind of hesitating on that.
じゃあ、ファーストキスはいつだ？
まだだよ。しんちゃんはいつなの？
まあいい。夜の学校にお泊まりというイベントをお前ら相手に期待した俺が愚かだった。
そうだ、忘れてた。目覚まし5時でいいよね。
5 in the morning? Oh god, too early.
あれ、花ちゃんどうしたの？
I mean, if it doesn't matter, then we'll just experiment more with the emotes.
尾上の顔か？
なんで？変なの？私の顔。
どういうツボだよ。
I mean, I kind of want a or a emote, but we kind of already have a face that says but we don't have a face that says
私の顔っておかしいの？
仲がよろしいことで。
That sound effect doesn't really make sense to me. What are they doing? Scurrying on the bottoms of their feet? It could be rolling, but kind of weird too.
事件なんか追わなくても結構楽しいものでしょ？タクル、もう事件なんか追わないって約束して帰ってきなさい。
Yeah, man, I
手伝
appreciate
って
it.
ほしいことたくさんあるの。
I'm trying to figure out what's the balance that I can do for FinestKO as a stream. It's been hard to kind of like bounce back from, you know, busyness? Yeah, just being busy in general. And also, we're at a period right now where we've lost a social stream, which would be Grand Blue, right? And I'm trying to figure out what can I do to kind of like compensate for that. And so far, Road to Canada seems to be the okay. Here we go. Positive or negative? You know what? I'm gonna do both. So it ultimately doesn't matter. It's just which one do you want first? Negative, huh? Tickle, tickle, tickle. Positive. Positive first. We're equal right now. Negative, positive, negative, positive. Negative, negative, negative. Okay, here we go.
こら、逃げちゃダメ。
Is that a thing? I don't know.
just do it quick.
Okay, let's just do it quick. What? I almost jumped and screamed, but there was a hand across my mouth. Who was it? Was it Kazuki or Serika? Serika was the one who'd been trying to touch Kazuki a moment ago. So was it Serika? Was she touching my crotch? Was that the kind of person she was? No way. But I was a high school kid now. I couldn't stay a child forever. But could she really be so bold? If Ito found out... Oh my god, I'm not thinking about Serika right now, trust me. If Ito found about this, there'd be trouble. I wanted to say something, but I couldn't. I didn't resist, I just closed my eyes and let time pass. I closed my eyes and thought of England. The hands were still at my mouth and the crotch. Should I accept her bold invitation? But this was... Who? I heard panting in my ear. It must be Serika getting excited. What the fuck? Serika was getting excited? Oh god!
Miyashiro.
Oh, really? Well, I appreciate that. Hey! I appreciate that. I'm glad to hear that Vice Cafe enjoyed our stream. Okay. Let's try this again. Positive, please. I mean, on the bright side, he had an amazing figure. Yeah, we'll go with that. Don't ask. I'm just saying. He probably worked out. This is the first time I've ever seen this overlay. I don't understand what it means. Is this a game mechanic? Is it telling me that I went positive too many times? More? 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 You're saying I can go crazier. I can go deeper. Okay, I'm gonna leave it normal first, and then we're gonna go deeper. We're gonna go Inception. I mean, they could be like the veins in the eye. It could also be a brain. Okay, is this the same damn scene? Yes, it is. Okay, so it would normally go back to this, but I want more. What does that mean? What? Okay.
私も興奮してきちゃった。Just fuck!
Wow, what? That combination I've never done before.
ねえ、花ちゃん。私のも触って。うん。うん。うん。気持ちいい。うん。そう。私の胸、ドキドキしてるの感じる？うん。ねえ、花ちゃん。
God. This is like the most deliberate male fantasy I've seen from this
タクが
guy.
私たちの声、盗み聞きしてるよ。うん。花ちゃん、提案なんだけど、タクも混ぜてあげよっか。
Wait, is your hairstyle the same? It's like reverse hairstyle. Yeah, it actually is. Holy shit, I didn't notice that. Man, that explains why I like you two, because of your hairstyles. Oh jeez, now I feel like I'm liking twins.
どう？うん。オッケー。
Oh wow. That's my favorite line from her.
ねえ、タク。オッケー。こっちおいでよ。私と花ちゃんでタクの体たっぷりくすぐってあげる。
Fucking face man.
どうした？忘れてた。そろそろ0時だぞ。
Yeah, but why?
Huh?
Wait, you're sleeping at midnight? Oh, come on, high schoolers. Well, I mean, to be fair, I sleep kind of early too nowadays. Whatever. Wait, that's not true at all. I slept at like 5 in the morning yesterday. Oh, but on working days. But okay, whatever.
はい。2015年10月10日0時になりました。皆様、ようこそいらっしゃいませ。K さんと申します。
Oh, God, I think I used to like this character. Whatever, let's go, K.
今日の夜は少し冷え込んでいますね。着実に秋が到来しているようです。いかがお過ごしでしょうか。さて、本日放送の機会を設けさせていただいたのは、聞いてくださっている皆様ならもうご存知ですね。
Yeah, sure. How about the next okay? That sounds neutral. I'll take it.
本日10月10日は6年前にヴァンパイアと呼ばれた事件が起きた日付です。
Hey, Hayatsune, how you doing?
電話？だよ、こんなと。
How much is the game at the moment? It should still be normal price because you know it just came out.
しんちゃん？
これまでの経緯をもう一度簡単に。
Why did he need it?
おい。
やべえ。なんだ、これ。
何かだよ。
電話。お前からだ。
Okay, well, for a starter, the call's not coming from inside the building, so we don't have that kind of problem. Second, my phone's gone, so pick it up.
Huh?
だから、これ見ろ。
Pick it up.
なんだよ、これ。
Wait, what? You told... Okay, now that's interesting. So, how did they call you on my phone when I tell them to shut it off?
どうするんだよ、これ。なあ。
I actually don't know. Could you, like, fake a number and then do that? Maybe this is gonna be my first important choice. So if they gave me a choice, I'm gonna choose to pick it up because it could be a warning. I mean, this is the day of the murder after all. Nothing?
Oh, お前、誰だ?
Huh? Is that knocking? It is. It's the same, well, the same knocking that happens before someone dies. Oh, that's cute. I like that. That's kind of cute. I like that a lot. Don't even say anything.
おい、どうした?
Oh, yeah. If you're tuning in, whenever someone dies, there's always a knocking on the door that goes exactly at that rhythm. And we know that on the 10th, someone's supposed to die. And Takuru was told that he was going to die in the future. So it could happen today.
9時半になりました。皆さん、よろしいでしょうか。それではこれより第3回私立壁氷学園文化祭を開催いたします。
Okay, hang on. I'll be right back in just a quick moment. Sorry, guys. There was a knock on my door, and I just wanted to see who it was. And when I opened the door, no one was there. All the students in the gym roared as soon as Colorado finished. Okay. Just messing with you guys. No, it didn't happen. I just want to get some water.
Hmm?
まあ大丈夫。
She's good at audio. Audio is actually really hard to do, you know? One of the hardest things about streaming is how to wire your audio correctly. So, I mean, not everyone has a mixer like I do, but when you go to, like, super high-end events, I mean, what's a high-end streaming event? For now, I'll say, like, the charity streams, right? Not my streams, but charity streams, say, SGTQ. If you see how they wire their stuff, it's a lot of effort. And when I had to cover, like, conventions and shit like that, with people, like, dancing on stage and multiple speakers and things like that, oh my god. I'm so glad that I get to get there early and to set up things way ahead of time. It's always stressful. I learn new things on Mixer all the time. Yeah, but Dasibro, actually, if you didn't know this, he studied, I forgot exactly what the term is called, but he studied, like, to be an audio engineer at his university. So I have a lot of respect for that.
Yeah.
Why do you keep offering me food? Is that your way of affection? I mean, I'll accept it. Thank you. I actually like squid.
いや、そうじゃなくて。わかった。もらうよ。
Yeah, fair enough.
ありがとな。
Oh, wow.
自主映画特別棟2階視聴覚室でやってます。100円です。パンフレットタダで配布してます。
Oh shit, that's my favorite. Like, it wasn't often that we held festivals, right, in quotes, at my high school. But seeing people produce, like, student films was some of the funnest shit I've ever seen. I love that. I would definitely always find time to go watch the movies that people made, because some of them were fucking hilarious. One of the movies was made by, God, it's been such a long time, but he was Irish, and he was making a movie about, I forgot what it was, but he joked about eating too many potatoes, which was kind of relevant because he's Irish, but what was it? It was a food joke about potato everything and how he had to eat potatoes for like a month.
9時半から屋上のテニスコートでコメディテニスします。
At the time,
熱くなれよ。
at the time, I was too young to understand that, oh, there was a potato famine in Ireland, right? And that was a huge, huge problem in terms of, like, securing resources to survive. So, yeah, I get it. At least do now. I always appreciated his, like, understanding of comedy. Because, as I said earlier, comedy and horror are both genres that try to talk about things that are hard to talk about. And they do so in similar ways. They bring it up and destabilize the topic, or present it in a way that is up in front of your face or present it with a different perspective. So horror, as an example, if you want to talk about a topic that scares you, or present it in a frightening way. Yeah, obviously, makes sense, yeah. And comedy, this is still something that will always be an issue, actually. It's about how you talk about controversial topics in a way that will make people talk about it, right? So whether that be politics or socially questionable stuff, I suppose, and how you bring that up so people can feel comfortable talking about the idea. I was listening to NPR today while I was driving back from eating out, right? And there was this one actress on NPR who was talking about the TV show she was on. And the TV show was called, I think it's called Blackish. And she was talking about how the topics on the TV show that she covered would present really important topics through comedy. And I thought to myself, okay, why are you making such a big deal about that? And I realized, oh, it's because of how comedy can go past certain barriers. So if you have a really hard time talking about something, and you use comedy to kind of like broach the subject, you kind of breach past barriers. So let's say the barrier is someone's ego, right? Or, yeah, let's say it's someone's ego. And you're able to talk about something in a comedic way. People can appreciate comedy, right? You can laugh, you can feel like your stress go away. And it's a positive thing. It's been shown already that laughing helps you in a positive manner. In fact, there was a study about how laughing, for some reason, burned calories. So if you laugh genuinely a lot, you will burn calories, which really surprised me. I'm like, what the fuck? Laughing burns calories? The hell? Yeah, seriously. And also it helps your mental demeanor and as well as other things. You know, laughing is really beneficial for you. But anyway, if the topic is really hard to talk about, and say you have a very specific belief on a view for whatever it is, right? You can kind of breach past a person's ego by bringing comedy. So if you feel really strongly about something, but the comedic aspect of that topic is broached from a different perspective, you might accept that because it made you laugh. So why did I bring that up? I'm thinking right now. I guess the reason why I bring that up is because time seems so sensitive nowadays. And I used to make a lot of jokes to kind of like break past barriers. So social cliques, I can go, you know, by making jokes, I can talk to different people from different areas and stuff like that. Comedy is really strong at doing that. And I'm trying to think about how to talk about really important things that I want to talk about using comedy. But yeah, I don't know. Through my interactions with people, I've come to find that people with really strong views on something, like super strong, right? Where their belief on something is so... Stoic isn't the correct word, but firm. Firm that a counter-argument or an opposing side on something isn't looked at with enough... looked at as justifiable? How do I explain this one? Okay, people I've talked to, some of which who have really strong, firm beliefs on something, for some reason, I cannot give them a counter-argument that will make them listen to me. There we go. It's not about being extreme. It's about, like, not allowing for opposing ideas, which I think is extremely unbeneficial for not just the person who has really firm beliefs. Don't get me wrong. Having firm beliefs, there's nothing wrong with that, right? But not considering the possibility of other sides, that's detrimental. And it's not always that they have to say it out loud. It's about their attitude and how they speak as well. So if you say something really strong that you obviously believe in, but I think differently than you, I won't just respond by saying, okay, whatever. Something like that, right? Really short and punctuated by my brevity. And I've been thinking to myself, even though this person has a really strong belief and won't listen to the counter argument, they still have really good ideas. So how do I go around that, right? How do I get around, honestly, their ego and see where I can like get information that is very valuable to me, that I care about? Not just because I want more information, but because I care about the person too. How do I get around that? And for me, I was considering comedy, because I can go straight to the source and talk about something that I really care about without having to worry about like offending them or something. I don't know how often you guys think about this, but to me, I think about it all the time. Here, let me ask you a question, okay? So, as I've talked to you about comedy and how it can breach certain subjects because of, we all like to laugh and it allows us to talk about things that might be important. I have a very specific thought about comedy, which is I like its function for allowing people to feel more comfortable about talking about sensitive subjects. Do you believe certain subjects in the world are so taboo that comedy should never talk about it? And I'm going to let you know right now, comedy has definitely pushed the boundaries on a lot of things, okay, whether they be taboo or not. So I'm going to give you an example, and you tell me if this is inappropriate. Suicide. Talking about suicide in a comedic way. Now, I'll give you examples in which suicide is done comedically. In fact, the recent manga that I read, which is about a character who is able to reverse time by jumping into a pond and dying. So whenever something goes wrong, jump into the pond and die, right? And so you see multiple attempts of him trying to fix a problem, and if he fails, he jumps into a pond and die, right? And that can be done catastrophically or like traumatically or dramatically, and it's done in multiple ways, right? So you get serious events and you get comedic events because, after like the umpteenth fail of trying to fix someone's hair, which is not that serious of a topic, and he jumped into a pond, it's portrayed as funny. Why would you do that, right? But for certain really important topics, like I really care about this person and I want to save them from dying, I'm jumping into a pond because I care about that person more than I do myself, and I will save them, right? That portrays the suicide in a different kind of context, in which case I'm willing to accept that. So for me, as someone who feels really strongly about that subject, them doing a comedic take on that is okay because they portrayed it in a different way as well. So do you honestly think that certain subjects are taboo? You cannot talk about it via comedy whatsoever? What's this manga manga I'm talking about? I've actually forgotten the name. Is that the basis of gallows humor? I don't know. Can you tell me more about that? It might be the basis of like freaking dark humor. That makes sense to me. If you check out our Discord and you go to the anime/manga section, you'll know exactly the manga I'm talking about. Yeah, but it feels kind of weird though that whether something is worth talking about via comedy, right? Not worth talking about, is okay to talk about via comedy is the execution of the joke. No, that's not true. Because the execution of the joke gives you a way to understand the intentions of the person who's making the joke. Okay, so it's you're right. That's fine. So it's how talented the comedian is in executing the joke to frame the intentions of the joke. It's not mean-spirited, as an example.
おい、裏門の方、渡部来てるらしいぜ。
マジかよ。行ってみようぜ。
タク、行かないの？
You know, I don't think I've ever heard of a rape joke that was funny. And that might just be my tolerance for that topic. But I don't know, maybe you could do that. And then it would bring up the subject of rape and therefore the concept and how uncomfortable it is to talk about. But it's important to talk about too.
どうせ後で会うんだし、別にいいわ。
There's tons of things that are taboo as social topics, but they're actually important to talk about too. That's how I feel, right? I want to know more about these subjects that are traumatic to people so I can show that I care.
元気が足りないな。もしかしてまだ昨日のあれ気にしてる？
そりゃそうだろ。というか、お前だってさっきまで暗い顔してたじゃないか。
So here's a strange, maybe it's not a strange view on anything, but I think jokes that talk about racism are really important in our society. Why? Because it helps defang stereotypes and allows people to see things with a more open perspective on, people, and that will obviously allow them to analyze things better. So the distinction between jokes that are racist and jokes that are making fun of racism are important, I think. I'm trying to figure that out, though. So, comedians of a certain race are allowed to make racist jokes about their own race, and that's acceptable. I know that's the case, because I've seen Jewish comedians make Jewish jokes that are racist, but they're making fun of racism. That seems to be clear.
それはそうだけど、でもさ、だったら何かが起きる前に私たちが解決すればいいじゃんって。
But at the same time, I don't think I've ever seen someone of a different race make a joke about racism about a different race before, and it panned off successfully. It's a very sensitive subject, so maybe it can only be okay if you talk about your own race.
5人で仲良く真実を追求し解決するのが新聞部のモットーでしょ？タクならできるって。
タクならできるってか。
タクル、もう事件なんか追わないって約束して帰ってきなさい。手伝ってほしいことたくさんあるの。
Is that a book topple? If you think it's worthwhile reading, I'll give it a shot. Questions if I can find room for it. Is worth before? Carlo Mencia, huh? That name sounds familiar.
Ah. 来ないね。渡部さん、どうしちゃったのかな。
You know what? You're right. I do recall that about Chris Rock. Huh. Yeah, so I know this is kind of, well, it's relevant to what we're talking about, but I kind of want to listen to more comedians, I guess, as a study subject. Not because I want to become a comedian, but because I'm interested in how you use words to talk about a subject, in which case that would be comedy, right?
控え室にはいたんだろう。
ああ、1時間くらい前かな。挨拶してきた。
何やってんだ？緊張してトイレか？
それは僕だ。
But on a really personal level, I'm speaking from me, right? I want to touch upon comedy again because I feel like I've lost that aspect of myself. Growing up, becoming more aware of social issues and, you know, my own struggles with my family and friend relationship issues, things like that, have really made it hard for me to laugh as much as I used to. And so I think that's a very detrimental thing. Laughing is really important. Not just health-wise, as I already explained, but just to enjoying life more, you know?
Huh?
Oh, are you confused by that? What the fuck? Laughing is good. I wish I could laugh more.
ここだけの話、さっきからトイレばっかり行ってる。やっぱり僕には無理だ。こんな大勢の前で対談なんて。
今さらなんだよ、お前。
Yeah, sometimes you forget how to be funny, and that's me right now. Like, don't get me wrong, I still laugh. It's just harder. And I remember reading something about being able to take a joke reflects well upon you. I don't know why. It must be because it shows maturity, or is that tolerance, or is it something else? What is with that? Take the hint. I don't have a hint. I don't know.
よし、伊藤、部長の座を譲る。お前が仕切ってくれ。
アホか。それにしても遅えな。みんな待ちくたびれてるじゃん。生徒会は何してんだ？
So, from a very relevant perspective, because I'm on Twitch, and I obviously, you know, talk to you guys a lot, and Twitch can be it can be a crazy melting pot. Yeah, it's true. It can be a crazy melting pot. And dealing with people on the internet sometimes is really exhausting. That's from personal experience. Learning how to take a joke is really important to not getting mentally exhausted on Twitch, in my opinion. And I have trouble with some people. So, is that me not being able to take a joke, or is that the person? And I'm trying to figure that out. So I'm saying it's me, right? Maybe it's me, which is why I want to know how to take a joke better, and how to appreciate comedy again, and how to laugh things off better. But at the same time, it's about presentation of words and also familiarity with the person.
仕方ねえな。ちょっと呼んできてやるか。
あ、しんちゃん待って。私も行くよ。
あ、おい。
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely been tons of examples of that on Twitch. And yeah, for me too, obviously. This is kind of why I really enjoy visual novel streams, because I get to talk about things that are really concerning to me. And I get to read too.
Hmm. あれれ？まだ始まってないんすね。
え？
先輩行っちゃおっす。
Sure. Break down what do you mean by that, Ibsen? I'd like to understand what you mean. I never thought of a joke as an aggressive act ever in my life, so that sounds really interesting.
ずいぶん遅いですね。
はい。今、迎えに行ってるけど。
But maybe you're right, because I view jokes as a way to breach barriers, and if you breach a barrier, which is a fence, right? Aren't you technically breaking through it?
そうだ、有村さん、聞こうと思ってた。
なんすか？
画像のことについて、渡部さんを追求してほしいんですよね。その画像って、ラブホテルの力士シールのことでしょ。それには僕たちも興味を持ってるんですけど、有村さんはどこまで知ってるんですか？あれのこと。
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of prank humor, I guess. It has to be done within a familiar context. So if I prank my friend, I think that's way more acceptable than pranking a stranger, because they don't have the context to understand that you're being comedic. You could be mean-spirited. Like those jokes on freaking YouTube where people steal cell phones from strangers, and I'm like, that's a prank?
情報量は高くつくぜ、あんちゃんよ。
お金取るんですか？
当たり前よ。キャッシュで5000万スイス銀行に振り込んでくんな。
小学生みたいなこと言ってないで、本気で教えてください。渡部さんにはうまく質問しますから。だから僕らにも情報を。
ねえ先輩。
はい。
何度も言ってますけど、私に敬語はいりませんよ。改めてくれるまでずっと言い続けますからね。
はい。
ねえ、始まっちゃいますよ。伊藤先輩たちは？
Okay, so I'm kind of reading the chat here and there, so don't worry if I don't say anything.
やっとかよ、おい。
遅えよ、渡部。
渡部さん。
人、尾上、何してんだよ。早く戻ってこいって。
あれ？
どうしたの？
見てください。なんか変です。
Oh yeah, that's right. Someone's supposed to die today, and it's supposed to be that reporter. Let's see what happened.
Huh?
Oh, well, that's good. How did this happen? As in, wasn't he surrounded by people multiple times? It must have happened before, is my guess. Well, the very first thing I would be doing is taking several steps back, because I'm getting, like, alien imagery here. Oh, which, by the way, is considered a pregnant image. I mean, obviously, yeah.
なんですか、あれ。
わからない。
an invasive pregnant image, obviously, but yeah, alien, freaky. I mean, what if he does explode? Yeah, exactly. Get away from that stage. Sorry. Something was pouring out of Watabe's mouth, mixed with his blood and stomach fluids. It had a face. Oh, something's popping out of his mouth. Ill. Oh, was it the stick? Yeah, there we go. They're like magazines, sort of. I mean, they're stickers, but they're like magazines of the stickers, I guess.
何もないところですいませんが、ここでお待ちいただけますか？
いえ、早く来てしまったのはこちらですから。
Ah, this is before? Okay, hang on. So we get to see what happens before he gets stickered up. Oh, it could be seals. Okay. Oh, this is from the perspective of Watabe. Okay, good.
しかし、なんでもねえところだな。
Okay, so from this scene, we might be able to figure out who the killer is. Or the killers, I guess.
まあ、多少は見どころのある奴らもいるみたいだが。もっと上に行ってやる。
Hang on, let me... Wow, fucking brats. Okay, anyway, I'll be right back. He got a good picture to Suma Secret at the Love Hotel. Oh, so that's a picture. Oh,
高校生の一部活だ。
So his intention was to deflect accusations of plagiarism, which he doesn't seem to. I don't think he did that, but he's also gonna turn the newspaper club into the plagiarists, right? That's the problem. Wow, this guy's really conceited.
あとは警察へのコネがあれば完璧だな。まあ、大して違ってはいないだろうからな。
So then we're calling attention to the fact that the sticker that he got was different. Great. Everything wrong about bad journalism. That was a knock, right?
Hi, どうぞ。どうぞ。
Yep. That's it?
なんですかあれ。なんなんですか
Okay, so maybe the delusion is proximity based. So for example, if I moved very, very, very far away from the door, that craziness that the victims generally feel might not influence me. Oh, that's actually pretty smart. Using a knock to make people go to the door and initiate something.
わからない。
Sorry. It's because they all got their individual screams, which is why that was so funny.
Ah, あれは
そんな。
力士。
How do you do that? How does the murderer stick a bunch of stickers in a person's mouth? I mean, you just force it down? But he still has to puke it up.
Huh? 警察って何番？そうだ、117。
Is that right? 119, right? In Japan, I think.
おい
Huh, that overlay disappeared. The blood overlay that condenses the image. I wonder if it has something to do with looking at something for too long. Yeah.
一体何があった？あれは？やったのはお前たちか？
Oh shit, chapter 4. Wow, that was a lot faster than I thought it would be.
なるほどな。じゃあ、被害者渡部さんは時間になっても体育館に現れなかったと。
Okay, so my options right now are continue reading and get ahead of time. Wow, that's nice. I didn't notice that until now. That wasn't always there, was it? Oh, it changes! The background overlay, see that? Huh. That's nice, I like that. Anyway, my option right now is to continue reading and get ahead of time. You know, move forward. So I have more room to do other things. Or go to Canada. Regardless, I'm not going to go to sleep. Okay, today is the 6th. And article is due there. Okay. I still have plenty of time. Man, that's great. This feels so nice to just have the luxury of time for once. Okay. Canada or more Chaos Child? That's the question. What do you guys want? 1 for Chaos Child, 2 for Go to Canada.
はい。そこで宮代くんと和樹さん、それから有村さんが待っていたところ、彼がいきなり舞台に上がってきて、そこで事件は起きた。
はい。
1111. Okay. One. Okay, so we're sticking with this. By the way, either midnight tonight. Well, it depends on when Closers is releasing. But when Closers is available, I'll be playing that for a little bit. Oh, what a shame. All that preparation, man.
で、伊藤君と尾上さんは事件の前に渡部さんの控え室へ行ったんだよね。渡部さんとは会わなかったのかい？
So what then? Ito and Inoue went to the room where Watabe was waiting before it happened, right? You two didn't see him? What? Ito and Inoue... Okay, you're investigating me. I'm sorry, I wasn't really aware.
Deも控え室には誰もいなかったんす。な、尾上。部屋は
空っぽでした。
So, by the way, because Closers is on a new stamina system, so you guys know what a stamina system is, right? It's a Korean, I think it's a Korean thing, where if you exhaust your stamina, you're not allowed to play anymore. So Closers, instead of doing a daily stamina, is doing weekly stamina. Which means that I intend to go through all of my stamina in 1 or 2 days. So I can open up time to do other things. Oh, let's move on to beta.
の役員は渡部さんの世話をしてたはずだろ?
Oh, it'll be on a previous system for 1 week? Fine.
それもいなかったです。
おいお前、 不愉快な音を立てるな。うるさい。
I'm sorry, you don't like the farting frog?
ごめんなさい。
尾上、落ち着け。誰もお前を疑ったりしないって。
ありがとう、タク。
有村さん、二人の言ってることは本当かな？
2 for Canada. I'm sorry, OBS. We're gonna be sticking with this for a little bit longer.
ええ、嘘じゃないですね。本当に誰もいなかったみたいですよ。
I might switch later, but for now, I'm okay with spending another hour doing this. Let me ask you a question. For the people who've been watching the stream, honestly, how many of you think that someone who is a classmate, so on my side, right, is a killer? And if you think that, who do you think it is? Because right now, I can't shake the feeling that there might be that possibility.
そうか、了解だ。一応聞いておくが、有村さん、君は体育館に行く前は何をしていたんだ？
何言ってるんですか？直前まであなたたちと一緒にいたはずですけど。もしかして忘れてます？もしそうなら脳の精密検査を受けることをおすすめしますけど。
Right. The only way I've really been able to pinpoint that was that specific scene in which we are at the scene of the murder, and trying to escape doesn't seem to give us that option. I'm saying that I'm a little suspicious of Serica, but that's really about it for now.
いや、もちろん分かっているさ。ただ、念のためというやつで。
I would very much prefer it not to be one of us. Arimura said that she was with Shinjo until right before she came to the gym. Shinjo's you, right? No, Ito Shinjo. So, my buddy in the back. Right? Let me double check that. Shinji. Okay, so Shinjo is the detective.
まさか最初から何かが起こると予想してた。
うん。状況から考えると、君たちが彼の死に関与していることはなさそうだ。しかし、そうなると誰が？渡部さんが舞台に上がってきたとき、怪しい人を見たりしていないか？
はい。誰も。
君はどうだ？
I don't know, man. Stuffing stickers down a person's throat is gonna take quite a while.
残念ながら私が駆けつけた時現場はパニック状態だったからな。
Oh, maybe you can force someone to eat several pills, and when the pills explode, by getting contact with water, they expand or something, and those pills were like expandable stickers. For all I know, it could be it. Excuse me.
まったく面倒なことだ。お前たちが犯人だったら簡単に済んでよかったんだが。
Yeah, understanding how the psychological influences happen in this game are going to be important.
それどういう意味です？
どうもこうもそのままの意味だ。
私からすればあなたの方が怪しいですけど。
私は犯人じゃない。ほらどうだ、私が嘘をついているかどうかお前が。
まあまあ久野里さん、それくらいにしといてくれ。
Well, I guess the very first question I have to ask you is a good, so by good, I mean well executed, mystery story always able to be solved? And if that's the case, is this a good mystery visual novel? We don't know that yet, right?
おい、お前。
Is that fundamental to the mystery genre? I think it is. So a good mystery story must always be able to be solved, I think.
はい、僕ですか。
Okay, well then, think of a good mystery blank, whatever, right? Game, story, movie that wasn't able to be solved, but it was good by general consensus. And I can't answer that because I don't really dive into the mystery genre.
他に誰がいる？
それは。
さっきから何をジロジロ見ている？
Well, you can definitely detach reality from a mystery story and still have it function if you can understand the rules. That's what Higurashi and Umaneko try to do. They use the occult, so that would be witches in Umaneko, right? Or freaking monsters in Higurashi. I'm not trying to spoil here. And then you have to be like, okay, break it down about what are the common things here. What's this curse supposed to be? What is a witch in Umaneko? Why are these occult-like deaths happening? What's really happening? How do we explain it? Right? Explain it with logic. Once we explain it with logic, explain everything that seems illogical, aka magic-based or monster-based, with logic. And then from there, figure out how you can explain every single murder in a way in which it is done by a person. And if it's done by a person and it's possible, then it's not magical. That would be Umaneko, that would be Higurashi too. And these are done in context of the, like, unrealistic. Like, we don't die and come back to life, right? That's not real. But it's still framed in a way in which you can solve it. So there. It's hard for me to explain that better, because I'm not that versed in the mystery genre again.
だったら下でも向いていろ。鬱陶しい。
Yeah, in Umaneko, while I haven't finished the entire thing, I am willing to say that solving the mystery is actually not the point. Which is strange to say because it's considered a mystery genre, right? But they frame it in such a way. Once again, I haven't finished all of Umaneko, but this is what I understand. They frame it in such a way where if you solve the mystery, you're hurting someone, I think. But yeah, the concept of Umaneko, if I understand it correctly, is that while a mystery does exist, and yes, you can solve it, by doing so, you break one of the most important lessons of Umaneko, which is the truth isn't always the correct answer. Unveiling the truth isn't always, 1, the smartest thing to do, 2, the kindest thing to do, and 3, the best thing to do. It's like, I mean, if that's confusing to you, I'll give you an example. This is hypothetical. This is not real, okay? My dad, hypothetical, not real, is unemployed, okay? So if he goes out with me to eat dinner and he sees a friend that he knew in college and his college friend says, "Hey, how you doing? I haven't seen you in ages. By the way," I'm not transitioning this correctly. "By the way, what do you do for a living? How I knew you were like a journalist back in high school. Are you a journalist now?" If my dad told the truth, which is he is unemployed, right, which has social consequences, and it might hurt his perspective on his college friend, that would not be an answer that he wants to produce, right? And so he would say something like this, which would be, "Yeah, I'm really enjoying my job, and I hit my dream. I finally did it. I became a journalist," or something like that, blah, blah, blah. And then I said, "Dad, that's not true. You're unemployed." That would be fucked up, right? Because it's very obvious that my dad doesn't want to tell the truth there. And so by exposing that lie, I'm in fact being a dick. I'm also not understanding his intentions. And even though it is the truth, it's also not the correct answer. So that's an example.
ダメだ。こういう時に限って思い出せない。
But yeah, it's not always about exactly white lies, right? So white lies are like telling a lie that is... Okay, I don't know how to explain it. You already know what a white lie is. There are certain situations as well where the lie is the quote-unquote more correct answer, where it's not even just correctness. It's about what is more true, the lie or the actual truth. So Big Fish covers this, which is a movie about a father who's dying, and he tells this constructed narrative, a story, about how he went through all these magnificent, freaking magical adventures to get to where he was, and by telling that story, he is essentially saying, "I love you." He's saying, "I love you" to his son, who is there at his deathbed. And by breaking down that lie, it's saying that story that you made to show that you love me isn't true, which is false. He loves his son. You see where I'm going with, right?
とにかくもう一度確認させてくれ。君たちは舞台の下で対談を待っていた。だがいくら待っても渡部さんは現れず、伊藤君と尾上さんが様子を見に行った。その後しばらくして突然渡部さんが舞台に上がってきて、そこで倒れた。
Yeah, and
間違いないね。
I understand the black and white when it comes to lies and the truth, right? Because the truth is really important to how we function in society. It makes sense, yeah? But it's not always going to be that case. Like morality, there's not always a black and white, right?
はい。
That's called motivational storytelling. Maybe? For me, it's that the lie itself was more true than the truth itself. Because the truth of the truth of Big Fish, spoilers, is that he wasn't there for his son's birth, right? When the son was born, he wasn't there. And to make up for the fact that he wasn't there, he tells an elaborate lie to convey that he cared so much about his son that he made a gigantic lie. A lie that took a long time to fabricate. And it's really obvious it's not true. But by doing so, the lie was more important than the truth.
両目から出血。口からは異物を嘔吐か。吐き出したのは力士シールと呼ばれる妙なシールだったな。
Yeah, okay, so let's get back into the mystery here. Blood was coming out of both eyes. He was vomiting something out from his mouth. That something was those strange stickers. Okay, so just objective fact.
検視は進んでいるのか、新庄さん。解剖はいつ行われる？
子供たちの前でそこまでは。
子供たちの前か。
まあとにかく君たち新聞部には全員ちゃんとアリバイがある。心配しなくていいからな。
Yeah, but that concept of truth and lie is the main reason why I want to read Umineko from start to finish again. I mean, there's other reasons as well, which is like family ties, the importance of like the most important thing for me was family.
ただ君と有村君、それと和樹君は事件を間近で見た目撃者だ。申し訳ないが、所轄の担当者が資料を作るのに協力してほしいと言ってる。
Maybe the most important thing was forgiveness. Is that the case in Umineko? I feel like that's important. It has to be a theme. In Higurashi, forgiveness was really important. But what about Umineko? I don't know. It's been so long since I read that visual novel that I'd have to read it again just to make sure.
はいはい。やだって言ってもどうせ連れてくんですよね。
いや、別に君たちは被疑者じゃないから、あくまでも協力をだね。
Hey man, when Ogon releases on Steam. Fuck. Anyway, when Ogon releases on Steam, you and I can play it.
この前もそんなこと言ってましたけど。
I've been saying that for a year, by the way.
しかし、なんだろうな、君たちは。
え？何がです？
前回の柿田さんの事件といい、先日の彼女、クルス・ノノさんの死傷事件といい、ここのところ怪しい事件といえば必ず君たちが関わっている。
Yeah, I think forgiveness is a really important concept. I think it's really hard to forgive people, especially if they've done something really wrong to you, where it's justifiable to be like mad, angry, or like resentful, right? But the reason why I bring that up is because fuck, it's not even relevant to this, is it? Whether the murderer is like really pitiable, I don't think that's the case for this game. Excuse me, I kind of burped there. But I guess the reason why I brought that up is I'm still trying to figure out what is considered mainstream morality. That sounds so stupid, I know. But I'm trying to figure out where I align with that and then understand my own beliefs and then figure out what does that mean. That sounds stupid. I don't know how to explain it better. But okay, what's the common concept of what's the average morality? That sounds stupid too. But yeah, that's the best I can explain it. And then, where do I fall in line with that? And then, how do I talk about topics that are very important to me, moral-wise, to people who have an average morality? Which sounds so condescending. That is not really what I'm trying to say here. What I'm trying to say is, I want to understand societal norms on what's considered right and wrong. Okay, that's true. I'm trying to figure out where I fall in line with that, which is true. I'm trying to figure out how do I talk about topics that are considered morally gray, because that's important to me. And then I'm talking about how to figure out how to construct arguments in which the perception of what's considered correct isn't always correct. Why? Why is that fourth one so important to me? Why is that fourth one so important to me? Because it's about me, isn't it? It's true. Okay. It's about meaning, essentially, isn't it? Okay, it's important to me because of meaning. Why is meaning important to me? Because it's how I live my life. Yeah, sure, whatever. But it's about giving depth to people. Okay. Yes. So why is giving depth to people important? Because I want life to be more important. Depth to people equals life is more important. Does that make sense? I think so. If I didn't believe people had any depth, then life is not important. That doesn't naturally connect correctly. Yeah, that's a hard one to explain. I don't know how to explain that to you guys correctly.
これは偶然なんだろうか。
それは。
But yeah, I don't have an entire picture of how things are right now, and I'm still struggling to answer a lot of questions in my head. But one of them is, why is our society constructed in this kind of moral fashion? And I think possibly the answer is because in America, we have roots within blank. What is blank? Blank begins with a P. Is it Puritan? I think it might be Puritan. So, Thanksgiving, Pilgrims, Puritans. Okay, so what am I saying here? I'm saying that I think that when Pilgrims came, when the colonists came, when the first non-natives of America came, they brought along a certain type of perspective on morality. Yes, true. That would be Christian, correct, true. I'm saying, and I think, and not entirely true, that influences how our society has been constructed. That at least is true. Okay, so what am I saying? I'm saying that I think those values are still ingrained into our culture. True. I'm not sure how deep that is. And I think that's influenced a lot of our media. Maybe. That's a question mark. And so how we think about morality is specific to our historical connection to how they came here. Okay, maybe. So I'm trying to figure that out. And maybe that is why certain moral issues are framed in a way where it's black and white, where I think it's gray. So people think it's this way, at least certain people, and I think it's this way. And so I'm trying to resolve that. There we go. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I don't know. To me, this is really important. And maybe it's not important to you, but fuck, man. I wake up and I think about things all the time. So, what do you consider subjects that could question one's morality? Yeah, sure. Here we go. So everyone has a different ability to communicate. That's obvious, right? Some people are able to speak better than others, and by being able to, this music is not really fitting to what I'm trying to talk about. Neither is this.
なるほどな。じゃあ、被害者渡部さんは、時間になっても体育館に現れなかったと。
Okay, I'm changing the music because I don't want like the scary music to get in the way of me explaining a concept. So, let me see. What do you consider subjects that could question one's morality? Okay. So, how did I first start? I said that everyone has a different ability to communicate. That's obvious, right? Some people are better at speaking than others. And so if someone is bad at speaking, they might have trouble explaining their ideas. That makes sense, right? So when you come into that concept where a person is unable to speak their ideas well and convey their thoughts well, then you have a barrier. And that barrier is them being able to explain their ideas. And then there's another barrier, which is you being able to understand the ideas. So where does that lead us? It leads me into giving you a hypothetical situation. So here, as an example, okay? So say someone is trying to convey something that they did, which they believe to be wrong. But your analysis of that person is that they are a competent speaker. So if they're a competent speaker, the expectation is that they can convey their ideas really well, but also that they can construct and organize their idea really well. What does that mean? So when they're telling you something, such as, I did something wrong and I feel really bad about it, then there's two thoughts that first should initiate in your head, which is, one, is this person telling the truth? Or two, is this person telling a lie? So then you have that issue, right, where the person is so competent at speaking that they're able to construct a narrative, which means that are they constructing a believable lie or are they telling you the truth? So then let's say they're not a competent speaker, in which case the problem then becomes, are they able to tell the truth? Do they even have the ability to do so? Or can they not? So then there's factual information that may be left out because they can't speak well. So let's go back to the problem. So someone, hypothetically, is having issues telling something that they are feeling guilty about. Let's say they did something really terrible, in which case that would be, what's a good example of this? The person cheated on their boyfriend or girlfriend. Okay, they cheated on their spouse lover? No, they cheated on their boyfriend or girlfriend. Let's go with that. Okay. So then, because there's a chance that I do not get all the information that I need to make a relevant judgment on the person, depending on how I analyze them, right? This person is really good at speaking. Okay, this person is really good at speaking, and she or he is trying to tell me they feel really guilty. Then I'm like, all right, truth or lie? And then based on my relationship with that person, I can have to figure that out, right? They're telling the truth. Okay, they're telling the truth. I feel very guilty about what I did. What'd you do? You cheated on someone. So then you cheated on someone, and I believe it's the truth? Okay. How do I feel about that? I feel that it's a really bad thing to do. Is it bad enough that there's absolutely no way to forgive it? No. I don't personally feel that way. So, for me, morally, you gotta pass. Okay? So then, what if you're lying? Okay, if you're lying about your guilt, you lying about you feeling bad means you're constructing a narrative which destroys our relationship, which means that you don't get a pass. Not only did you lie about doing something wrong, which I would have given you a pass in the first place, right? You lied about it. To me, a person you're telling something that's really, really close, like you're supposed to trust me when you're telling me something about really personal, right? But you didn't even do that, in which case you don't get a pass. And so my view of you changes. So then what's ultimately being asked here of me, the person who's listening to this narrative that you're constructing, you are guilty of cheating on someone, right? Is whether you morally can forgive the person or not. Okay, so everyone has a different kind of perspective on whether cheating is okay or not. Generally, the answer is cheating is not okay, right? That's pretty obvious. But then the most important question I think you have to ask yourself is, what's considered forgivable and not forgivable? And for me, I don't know what the answer to that is. I think most people would say murder is not considered forgivable, right? You killed someone, you should pay for that crime, in which case society would say go to jail. So you go to jail, you serve your time, and then are you forgiven? So my answer to that is you should be forgiven because you ruined someone's life by killing someone, right? But you served your time in jail for X amount of years that's considered appropriate. Who knows if that's even the correct amount to, justify your punishment. Okay. So then the person gets out of jail. Let's say they serve their time adequately, wherever that number would be. I'm not sure what you would say, okay? But then society doesn't forgive the person. So you killed someone, it sticks with you forever. That's it. And is that okay if the person genuinely regrets what they did? Like they feel sorrow for it, they wish they didn't do that. It wasn't like actually controlled or something, right? Maybe it was just an act of like passion or something like that. And then it gets a little bit more complicated, right? Are there acts that if you do them, no matter what, absolutely no matter what, you should never be forgiven? In which case, if you fall into that category for one day by chance, for whatever reason, I don't know, right? You fall into the category where you do an act that you personally think that you should never be forgiven for. What happens afterwards? Are you just dead to society? Like, I don't know. Right? I don't answer to this. But to me, I'm thinking in my head, like, what do I personally feel is absolutely unforgivable? Where no matter what, you should never be forgiven for it. And do I even think that way? To me, I don't know, right? Did you say there's an act that if you do it, there's absolutely no way you can be forgiven? Except for death, right? Just die. That's still kind of fucked up to me. I think that's really messed up. I can't think of anything. Maybe like, I guess genocide, right? I don't think that should be forgiven. But shit, man, like what? Okay, so I have at least one example which I don't think it should be forgiven. But then like you're going to nuance here. Yeah, because even if you serve the sentence of your crime, there's still going to be continued punishment, no matter what. Society won't look at you the same way. You'll have that permanently on your record, and finding a job afterwards would be practically impossible. You're fucking writing on your application, I killed someone. Who's going to hire you? Right? So then, no matter what, you're still going to be socially ostrated. Ostracized? Ostracized. There we go. But yeah, I don't know, right? That to me, that's really complicated. And some people think that's just black and white, and I don't think it is. I think that's testing your moral limits as well as your tolerance for certain things. And I think if a crime is severe enough, I personally feel that you'll never be forgiven for it. Not that I will not forgive you for it, but society as a whole will never forgive you for it. So yeah, there we go. Is that complicated to you? Then good. You're on the same page as me. If not, then okay.
僕たちは本当にたまたま
本当にたまたまなのか。お前たちが気づいていないだけで何かある可能性は？事件を呼び寄せるような何かが。
I don't know. I don't have an answer for that, Coxsum. I'm still thinking about it, right? I'm thinking about it too because there was a very recent Twitter conversation that popped up in which a bunch of people said this person was unforgivable. And to me, I thought, okay, yeah, I guess. I definitely agree what she did was wrong. But again, the aspect of communication and whether that was a competent communicator or not, the fact if what they did was considered unforgivable, the fact that if their act was considered absolutely unforgivable and what that means, and then where does it fall in line with everything else that I'm thinking about? Yeah, if it reminds you of Koi no Katachi, then perfect. That's a really good example of that.
僕、あなたに何か。
なんだ。
その。
言いたいことがあるならはっきり言え。時間の無駄だ。
じゃあ聞かせてもらいます。けど 僕、あなたに何かしましたか？
あ
あ？なんだかすごく嫌われてるような。いや、僕の気のせいだったら、すみません。
気にしない方がいいですよ、先輩。この人は誰に対してもこんな感じですから。
誰に対してもというのは違うな。お前たち。
お前たち？
ああ、そうだ。お前たちだ。
もしかして以前どこかで。
Oh, yeah. So the last thing I forgot to mention was, say if you deem an act as completely unforgivable, right? That no matter what you do, there will be no forgiveness. It also informs people that if they ever commit that act, that they'll never be forgiven. And then the problem is, what's the point? Does that make sense? Or does it not make sense? I don't know how to explain it better.
いや、お前のその神気臭い顔を見るのは初めてだ。
And how to construct an apology is also really difficult, actually. A genuine, sincere apology framed in a way that you have changed or you deeply regret it. I think that's very difficult to do. Because different audiences, as well as social reception of it, things like that. I don't know how to write that if I were to write it.
とにかく手口から見て今回の事件もこれまでの猟奇事件との関連性が疑われる。
ニュージェネの狂気の再来っすか？
ああ、司法解剖の結果を待たなければ断定はできないが、日付と犯行の異常性は一致する。
Yeah, so in a way, by not forgiving someone, if that is their mentality, the one that you're explaining, Loveheart, then you've essentially gave no outs for that person, and so why bother even trying to redeem themselves, right?
ところで、宮代君、聞いてもいいか？
はい。何でしょうか？
あのボードは君たちが？
はい、そうですけど。
ちょっと見せてもらってもいいかな？これ、どう思う？
そうだな。
久野里って人、うちの生徒なのか？
Oh, no problem. Thank you for subscribing, artist. Get some rest, man.
僕、何か変なこと言った？
So, strangely enough, although I'm not entirely sure about this, it seems that assassin stories, so like, for example, The Professional or Noir the anime, they want to talk about irredeemable acts. So you are a killer, which would be considered very wrong, right? Should you be forgiven? That's one way of looking at it. Yeah, sure.
いえ、先輩がタメ口だったから。
And then certain stories are constructed in a way where you feel empathy for someone who's done a very unforgivable act. So, for example, in The Professional, Jean Reno is a killer. He assassinates people for money to live, right? But the story is constructed empathetically for Jean Reno and the girl he takes in who has a bad family, right? So then, if you are able to forgive him, what does that mean about you? And then if you are able to accept him but are not able to forgive him, what does that mean about you? No, seriously. And then it's not just that story. There's tons of stories like that where the main character did something irredeemable by society, but it's constructed in a way where you're able to understand their thoughts and empathize with them. So what does that mean about you? You empathize with a murderer. Does that mean you're a murderer? The answer is usually no, right? Just because I feel for someone doesn't mean that I'm them. That would be silly. But, you know, if I empathize with that little girl right in front of me, well, I become a little girl, I'll be okay with that.
ごめんなさい、つい。
いえ、そのままでいいです。私は前からそうしてくれと言ってましたし。
わかりまし、じゃなくて、わかったよ、有村さん。
有村。
え？
さんもつけなくていいです。
わかった。有村。
I forgot if Lolita was written that way. You guys know what Lolita is, right? It's a novel, a very famous novel. It's has a character, H.H. Humphrey. I forgot his full name. Is it Humphrey Hogarth? Something like that, right? And obviously he's a pedophile. After that novel was made, the name Lolita stopped becoming a thing. It's like how after Hitler was Hitler, the mustache that he rocked became less popular for obvious reasons. That's what happened with Lolita. You don't name your daughter Lolita anymore. I'm trying to remember if that novel was framed in such a way where you're supposed to feel empathetic for the main character. I think the answer is actually yes. Because I recall that he's considered really well spoken. Right, yeah, okay. Interesting. Who wrote that novel? I forgot. Humbert. Damn, double H. Yeah, that's his name.
それで、何の話でしたっけ？
あ、だからあの人。
I mean, I don't know. Do you guys find that interesting? Empathizing with a character that you know did something incorrect or what do you call it? Socially unacceptable.
知らないんですか？先輩と同じ3年生だそうですよ。と言っても、ほとんど学校に来たことないらしいですけど。
I consider that really hard to write, by the way. It's not easy.
学校に来ないって、不登校ってこと？
さあ、
Vladimir
私もそこまでは。
Nabokov, Russian American, okay.
っていうか、そもそも何者なんだ？僕たちのこと嫌ってるみたいだけど。
さあ。
さあって、知り合いなんだろ？
私も、この前会ったばかりで詳しいことは知りません。ただ。
ただ？
失礼。
You do not want to Google that, no.
Ah.
Well, I mean, Lolita is also Lolita fashion. There's
So
that thing, young girl, yeah?
俺たちは先に失礼する。君たちの迎えは少し後になると思うが、くれぐれも協力頼むな。
は
あ。わかりました。
だから、そうめんどくさそうな顔するなって。時間がかからないように手は打っておく。それじゃ。
Well, I mean, if you want to read it for, like, knowledge and literature, it's considered, I'm pretty damn sure it's considered canonical, as in it's part of the English, is it? I mean, it's freaking, oh, he's American, okay. It's considered part of the English canon. Is that true? I know Lolita is one of those controversial novels that I think has maybe avoided being banned, but it must have been banned in certain aspects. It's the same thing like freaking To Kill a Mockingbird. Oh my god, I can't believe people are still talking about that novel being banned now. That's fucking blowing my mind. It makes me so mad.
Nah.
Not. You don't think you missed much? They're banning To Kill a Mockingbird. I mean, it's in conversation right now. But if I recall correctly, there was a mother who was really angry that the racist words used in To Kill a Mockingbird was not valuable enough? Question mark. Do I explain that better? Okay, racist words appear in To Kill a Mockingbird. That is not good for my child. Why are you teaching this? It should be banned. That's the logic. And to me, the counter argument to that is yes, racist words exist in this book because it's framed in a way that is historically accurate. We want to teach this to our children because that kind of racism exists in real life. We must teach these really important topics without censoring them so kids can understand why it's important.
もう一度事件の整理をしてみるか。
ねえ、タク。
I mean, there's tons of things in novels, man. Name a subject, it's in a novel.
どうした尾上？
能力者ってなんだろうね。
And To Kill a Mockingbird is considered, I believe, adolescent literature. Something that you teach the kids growing up. Same thing with Catcher in the Rye, freaking Lord of the Flies too.
Huh?
Yeah. And those things, at least freaking, what's it called? Lord of the Flies is graphic, at least in my opinion. It's kids murdering each other, dude. Same thing with Battle Royale, which is considered canonical literature in Japan. Same thing, is Lord of the Flies equals Japan's Battle Royale. And both are very bloody.
なんだそれ。ラノベかなんかの話か。
So, okay, racist words are not okay with you, but what about kids killing each other? That's really strange to me. Why is that okay?
さっき、新藤さん？
新庄さんか？
さっき新庄さんが制服の上に白衣着た人とそんなことを。
お前、二人の話聞こえたのか？
歴史シールの不可思議な現象とか、能力者がなんとかとか、事件に関係あるのかなって。
I mean, to be fair, I've heard arguments against Greek plays not being suitable for kids. And if you think about it, let's think about Oedipus Rex. You know what the story about Oedipus Rex is, right? Do I need to explain it? The gods, the Greek gods, have given a ultimatum isn't the correct way, a prophecy. There's a prophecy about Oedipus. He's going to kill his father and marry his mother. So that's like two extremely bad things. Patricide and freaking laying in bed with your mother. That's not good, right? And that's taught to high school kids, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so why is that being taught to high school kids? That's both very wrong. Well, first, that... how to defend Oedipus Rex now? Oh my god. How do I defend Oedipus Rex? Okay, so it's... why is that important? It's about framing Greek gods being assholes. Yes, true. It's about the ability to define your fate against God's will, and that gives a perspective about how their times was. Yes. It's also one of the classical early works of Greek plays. It also has ties to Sigmund Freud and psychology. It also has a bunch of literature ties. It's, yeah, I'm having trouble thinking of a way where you don't want to teach that to a kid. Yeah, determinism versus free will.
聞き間違いじゃないのか？
そうかな。確かにそんな風に聞こえたんだけど。
なあ有村、何か心当たりはないか？有村？
ああ、何ですかそれ。私アニメとか見ないんで。
Well, I mean, there's a board that reviews what's considered canonical literature. So it's not just like randomly one day we're teaching kids this book. It's people have decided that this is very valuable to teach people at a certain age.
尾上、他に何か聞こえなかったか？
They're not just
新庄さんたちの話。
They're not just nobodies either. These are people who are like really invested in literature and understand its value. So you would have to form an argument against that, which can be done. Don't get me wrong. You can try. Go for it. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just that you have to establish your belief, which is I don't believe that incredibly harsh words, for example, racism or racist words in To Kill a Mockingbird, has any value or is just not done well, that it would be valuable enough to teach kids in high school or middle school. And to me, that is too much nurturing. That cuddling your kids too much will be unbeneficial for them when they grow up.
他にはね、
I mean, that's not too hard to understand, right? What if you lived your life not understanding that people can be hateful towards you, and then suddenly someone was hateful towards you? Like, huh? What are you doing?
Oi, 宮代くん、和樹くんいる？それに有村くんも。
And I think the last thing I want to mention about To Kill a Mockingbird is that it's important to not erase history. So that's one of the English books out there that wants you to pay attention that this actually existed. Imagine if that was gone. Imagine if someone out there can say that racism never existed in America, ever in history. I'm like, what? I would throw up.
先生。
よしよし、おとなしくしてるね。そろそろ警察に行くよ。
え？警察の人が？
引率係だよ。君たちは別に犯罪者じゃないし、あくまでもうちの生徒だからね。警察に呼ばれたなら僕が連れて行くのが筋だと思って。どうだい？僕っていい教師だろう？それじゃ行こうか。ああ、伊藤君と尾上君はすぐに帰宅すること。いいね。
ういっす。
は
ーい。Hey, Talon, how you doing? You popped up at an interesting time. We were talking about literature.
先生。
I think we're done now, though.
なんだい？
文化祭はどうなるんでしょうか。
さあ、今ちょうど会議中でどうなるかはまだわからないね。
Recently, it was discussed, not in our chat. It was discussed as an actual real world history event, a real world event that happened in America. That a mother wanted to ban To Kill a Mockingbird from schools because of the racist words that exist in To Kill a Mockingbird. Contextually, To Kill a Mockingbird is canonically important and taught to kids who are adolescents, so aka growing up to be adults, right? And I framed an argument in which I said it's too important to teach kids this. It should not be banned.
文化祭なんて別にどうでもよかったのにな。
嘘ね。
え？
What does she mean that I'm lying? I don't know. They're having a meeting about it right now. What's going to happen with the culture? Blah, blah, blah. That's all you said about before you left the room. It was strange. Why had I asked that? I don't care about the culture festival anyway. You're lying, aren't you? Okay, so you're saying you actually do care about it. Okay.
どうかした宮代くん。
ん？
あ、
Oh, I just realized, Talon.
すみません。これから警察行くなら結構時間かかりますよね。
It's 3:12 in the morning. Did you just get off work?
そうなるだろうね。
In fact, a lot of us are here in the chat still. Today's a Monday, isn't it? Aren't you concerned?
だったら貴重品とかまとめて持って行ってもいいですか？置きっぱなしっていうのもなんなんで。
ああ、確かに。有村くん、君も自分の教室へ行って持ってきなさい。
Oh, okay.
僕は昇降口で待ってるから。
School at 10. You have 7 hours to sleep, Will. Alright, alright.
はい。
おい、尾上。
どうしたのタク。
さっきの話の続きだけどな。聞かせてくれないか？
I wonder who's looking at this right now. Besides us, I'm saying which character is looking at this. Kana caps question. Okay, so I wish I could have taken a screenshot of that, but that bottom right-hand corner and that wallpaper, if you ever see it again, please let me know. Oh, man. In college, I was a pretty terrible student. In high school, I was a good student. I think at a certain point, I stopped giving a shit. But take education seriously. It can really help you out in life. Okay, I think I need to stop. So the problem is I'm not retaining what I'm reading right now, which is not good. So I'm going to go ahead and save. What time is it? 3:14 in the morning. I've hit 2 chapters in this game already, which is really good in terms of time. I'm going to go to Canada. Okay, so the stream is going to continue. I'll be live in just a moment with going to Canada. So yeah, don't leave. I'll promise I'll be back in like, I don't know, 2-3 minutes.